Sasha, go ahead. We're 1 minute early. Let the record reflect we are 1 minute early, but I'm proud of that. So I'd like to bring this meeting of the FPPC to order. Let's start by calling the roll.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Here.
Commissioner Hatch?
Here.
Commissioner Hayward?
Here.
Chair Drummond?
Here. And I'm sure you've all noted that we have a button to push for our mic. So when you're going to speak, we'd ask you please to press the button, and when you're done speaking, press it again and it will disappear, and that way we'll all be able to hear one another as well as our listening audience. First, let me thank the incredible people of Oakland who have invited us to join them today. As some of you may know, we have decided to take the FPPC on the road and not only meet in Sacramento. We think it's an important opportunity for people around the state more about who we are, to join meetings if they would like to, and for us to show that we are not just the capital of our wonderful state oriented, but we're interested and want participation throughout the state. And much of our work, of course, is about elections and public and civic involvement around the state, and we feel that by having our meetings not just in Sacramento, but north and south and east and west, that we accommodate and accomplish that. So I'd like to thank the Oakland Ethics Committee for helping us put this meeting together and be able to be at the City Hall in spite of the rain, and thank all of the people who are here today, who in person, and those of you who are, I hope, watching us on the video. We are about ready to commence 2019, which will be a very good year for our state and for the FPPC, and welcome. I'd like to mention a few other things, but first, before I say anything further, I would like to thank our incredible staff for the amazing job that they did throughout 2018, and as we begin to prepare for 2019, the work that they continue to do. I am now going to showcase our annual report. Voila, annual report, that's my one word of French, so please savor it. It's really a serious document that talks about who we are and what we did, and some of the cases that were of particular significance last year. I'm incredibly proud of it, and incredibly proud of the work that was done in putting it together, and it looks really nice too, which is always a good thing, because I think it encourages people to pick it up and read it. So if you haven't seen it yet, it's both on our website but also in hard copy, and I urge you to take a look. Secondly, I'd like to point out that we have this really nifty thing on the website called our heat map. And what our heat map does is it talks about what happened where. And you, the California public, can go to the heat map, press your community, your county, your city, your assembly district, your Senate district, and find out what kinds of activities and issues came before the FPPC that are highlighted in the heat map. So I urge you to do that. It's a wonderful and interesting tool, and it helps you know who your representatives are, and if things were not quite as they should be, how they were taken care of and adjudicated. So please take a look at that. It's another new wonderful way to make our public more aware of the work of the FPPC and what is going on in our government. And with that, I would like to begin our formal agenda. The first item on our agenda is to open our meeting, as we always do, with any public comment of any issue that is not on the formal agenda. So are there any members of the public here who would like to make a comment? Seeing none, we will move on to what I'm very excited about. The Oakland Ethics Committee, whom I just referenced, who has been so wonderful and helpful in putting this meeting together, is going to give us a brief presentation of some of their work, and then hopefully we will have a little bit of time to ask questions of them, learn from what they're doing, learn how we can work more closely together, and really help make sure that the kinds of ethics and issues that the committees in cities and counties and we on the state level are charged with maintaining and taking care of are done in ways that are partnerships and perhaps more innovative and with more new ideas that make us even more successful for the coming election cycle. I would like to welcome Whitney. And Whitney and I had dinner last night, I confess. She is delightful and wonderful and smart, and she used to work for the FPPC, and Oakland stole her, and so it's okay because she's doing a heck of a job. Whitney, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me to speak. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to the City of Oakland. We appreciate that you came here. I also wanted to mention that I'm joined by our outgoing chair, Jonathan Stein, and our incoming newly elected chair, Jody Smith, in the audience today. So thanks for being here. I'm going to walk through a quick overview of our commission. And to give you a brief overview, this is an explanation of our laws that are within our jurisdiction. Overall, in city government, our role is to fairly and independently ensure compliance with campaign finance, ethics, lobbying, and transparency laws through prevention, enforcement, and collaboration. I'll go into a little more detail on some of these areas. But first, we were created by City Charter in 1996. First meeting was in 1997. And again, these are the 6 laws that we oversee. Essentially, a lot of them incorporate or supplement equivalent state laws, such as the Political Reform Act and also other state laws. We are guided by our 7-member board of commissioners. Each of them serve a 3-year term, unpaid, it's all volunteer. And 3 of our commissioners are appointed by elected officials. So 1 by the mayor, 1 by the city auditor, and another by the city attorney. The remaining 4 seats are filled 1 each year, and every 3 years 2 are filled by a process where our commission interviews and selects the candidates themselves. And we find that that brings candidates who maybe aren't as well connected to political appointees or elected officials, but folks in the community who are able to apply through a process. As of 2015, our staffing consists of 6 full-time positions. An executive director, it's kind of small, so I'll just read. Executive director, commission assistant, enforcement chief, an analyst, a lead analyst for disclosure and filings, education analyst, and investigator. And I think Suzanne and Jelani are both in the audience today. You want to wait? Okay, so, but this wasn't always the case. We used to have very little staffing, so this has a lot of information, but mostly what I want to draw your attention to is the timeline across the bottom from 1995 through 2015, 2020. The 2 red flags are when we were initially created in 96, and then in 2014, our commission, there was another city charter amendment that strengthened our commission, and that's also what gave us the 6 staffing. So across the bottom, you can also see the sort of people and then the dollar figures for our budget as well as our staffing. So there's been a lot of work done in 2014 as well as since then to staff up and really build a comprehensive commission. And then lastly, in terms of the big picture, here's our compliance framework. So this is kind of the way that we operate, really to try and create an ethical culture and build public trust here in the city. We really want to push people towards the top of this. We want to make sure they have all the tools they need in order to comply, the education, and then as you get to the bottom, you know, of course, we don't want to see people there. We really want to push them up and make sure that they've got the tools that they need. So with this in mind, I'll go through briefly each of our substantive issue areas, starting with ethics. So as part of our growth, Government Ethics Act was passed in 2014. Before that, we had no local ethics ordinance to enforce. We would receive complaints about misuse of public funds or inappropriate gifts or conflict issues, and there was nothing our commission could do about it other than maybe look into something and then refer it to either the FPPC or to the DA's office. So this was really exciting. In 2014, our commission drafted and proposed the new act to City Council, and they passed it unanimously. That was in December of 2014. And then ever since then, we've been really trying to put all of the pieces into place to make sure that people could receive good ethics training and find materials on our website. So we've been doing a lot of work since then in those areas. And then lastly, and the little blurb up on the top left, that's our online ethics training that we have incorporated into our Human Resources Department. And so that people can go online and take the training. It's an interactive training. There's hypotheticals, and be able to receive a certificate at the end. And we've just been able to enforce some of those newer ethics cases in 2017 and 18. Also, you'll see on there a city ticket policy review. I have a little bit of information about our review. If this piques your interest at all, we have longer reports on the city's ticket policy, the process that our elected officials receive tickets to Oracle Arena and Oakland Coliseum events. That's for the Warriors, the Raiders, and the A's. So we looked at the use of these tickets, all of the Form 802 data, and compiled sort of a primer on what we saw were the issues. And since then, we've drafted a revised city ticket policy for City Council to pass, and we're hoping that that happens in the next few months. So our next area on campaign finance. Oh, yes. How so? Is there anything in particular that you'd like to know? Oh, yes.
In quick glance, I can't read any of the stuff on the right side, so I apologize for my bad eyesight. But I was curious about distribution of tickets to electeds and executive staff compared to the rest of the city employees.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So
see a concentration there? Or?
The graphic on the left is the blue at the top are third-party users. Purple is did not use. The green are city staff who were the users of the tickets. And then the orange is an elected official's own use or their own family. And we also have another graphic in the report that talked about some of the higher value tickets. And a lot of the higher value tickets were the ones that were being used by the elected officials themselves. And so the reasons for use under our current policy is to review the facilities so that they can do their job better. And our argument is you don't need to go 671 times. Or for some members, it was maybe 200 tickets that were used to review facilities within a year. And so the graphic on the right is more just to pique your interest so that you look at the report, but both of those graphics are in the report. That right graphic shows highlights some officials that weren't filing the 802s, and also kind of delineates who they were giving tickets to. Same colors as on the left. Some did not use in purple, third party in blue, and then not reporting is in yellow.
Is third party non-city? I mean, not city employees, or
it's somebody's name. It's not an official, and I think there's a box that they check. I want to say there's a box that they check on the form that indicates that they're a third party. It could just be that we didn't see that it was given to. I think it was listed differently on the form, if I recall.
Okay, so it could be relative of any city employee. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, it could be anyone. Yeah. Thanks for your questions.
Thank you.
So our next area is campaign finance. Again, this was a heavy area for us, and I'd say most of our work in this area has been on really enhancing the filing of the data and the disclosure of the data. So starting on the bottom left, in 2013, we started with required e-filing of campaign data. So that allows us to collect all the information electronically, which then, of course, gives us the raw data to work with. So with that, we then partnered with some civic hackers to create a web-based application to show that campaign data in a way that's very user-friendly. I'll get more into detail. I'll show you a sample in just a moment. We also worked to strengthen our Campaign Reform Act, and one of the things that we did there was to have our commission be the filing officer for those campaign forms. Previously, the clerk's office, city clerk's office, was the filing officer. But it's easier for us to be able to educate people, be more informative about deadlines and all of that as the filing officer, and also to be able to work with the data as well. I'll mention we do have a public financing program. It's pretty modest. It gives candidates about maybe 10 to 20% of their campaign funds from city funds, and that's only for city council district candidates. So it's a small pool. It's not for the citywide elected officials, and so that's something that we also administer and hand out funds for. Okay, so I'm going to dive a little deep into our open disclosure site. So this was our partnership with Civic Hackers. We have a local, very active local Code for America brigade that works to take city government data and open it up using creative technology tools. So we took our concern to them, which was, we have this e-data, e-filed data. This is our portal on the city clerk's office where you can search by name or by filer ID, but people may not know the filer ID or may get the name wrong. You can go to a drop-down at the very bottom of this portal and then pick which candidate you want to view. And then you get to this lovely list, which you get to select which form. On the very right side where it says View Filing, you can see that's where you click to get the PDF. But you can see there's FPPC forms 497, 460s, 410s, 301s. So it's hard to know which forms to open for folks. You also can export that the raw data into many pages of Excel sheets, but unless you're used to working in Excel, it's also hard to navigate. Again, this is the PDF of 460. I'm sure you all are very familiar with, so that's just to show you the current process. So working with them, we were able to create opendisclosure.io. I'm going to show you the 2014 version, but we've had a couple of additional versions out for each election cycle, and you can pull that up on your mobile phone if you're interested. The site is listed up at the top, opendisclosure.io. So here you can see we have all the data is consolidated and automatically populated into these fields. The categories are a little hard to read, but ultimately they're showing the total amount raised, number of individual contributions received by that candidate, how much was from inside of Oakland versus outside of Oakland. So that gives you kind of a broad, big picture view. And then drilling down, if you were to click on a candidate, it would show you a little more detail about just that particular campaign. Scrolling down on that screen, you get to a map of where contributions are coming from, which was really helpful. So this is the San Francisco Bay. San Francisco's on the left peninsula, and Oakland, of course, is on the right. So, so that was really exciting to partner with them. We found it also really helpful because it engaged an entirely new group of people into our process, which has been wonderful. And we don't have the resources for tech specialists. So, I mean, we've definitely been growing, but this also allowed us to kind of get the benefits of the tech industry in ways that we otherwise couldn't have. So that was a really good success for us the last few years. We've built it out. The last election included ballot measures and independent expenditures also, and showed all candidates for city office.
Question. So this group is just citizens who volunteer to put this stuff together in a more usable format?
Yeah, they're volunteers. They come here in City Hall every Tuesday night. They have hack nights, There are sometimes open data days or longer days where they do hackathons and things like that. But yeah, they're entirely volunteered. Great, I'm glad you're interested. I know that time is of the essence, so I'm going to skip through. Just to briefly mention, we're reviewing our current public financing law to redesign it. We think there's a lot of promise to some of the measures we see in Seattle vouchers, for example, to enhance civic engagement and expand diversity of participation during the campaign process. So that's something that's on our horizon. Lobbyist registration and Sunshine I'll go through quickly. These we've done a little bit less on because our focus has been the other areas. We have become the filing officer for lobbyist registration and then are making some changes to some of the access and searchability of that data as well. And Sunshine. Our commission's a little unique in this area. I think we're the only one that enforces Sunshine laws. I believe San Francisco does a little, and they have a separate commission or committee for that. But we do oversee our local Sunshine, which is essentially our city's open meetings and Public Records Act equivalent to the state laws that are similar. We've served a little more in a consultant role on these issues, but I think that at some point we'll be looking to work on our Sunshine ordinance. And that's mostly because we don't have enforcement authority in this area. We mostly serve as a mediator on public records. So very briefly, just to kind of show where we've come, here are some outcomes. Education and outreach, we get a lot of information and advice requests, as you all do. And while 362 doesn't probably seem like a lot to the FPPC, for us it's really huge, and it shows a big improvement over time. We see a lot of people seeing and knowing about us. There's more work we can do in that area, but we're getting a lot of calls and questions. This is just to kind of show at the bottom one I like a lot that shows open disclosures and some of our web tools. As you approach the election, that we have a lot more users. We use a lot of social media to inform people about our work. And again, a lot of inquiries coming in. And then lastly, for enforcement, our enhanced authority over the years really is starting to show for 2018, where you can see we have quite a few forfeitures, more warning letters, where we're just a lot meatier in terms of what we can do and what we've been able to, what kinds of cases we get to do. They're a lot more complex, and then just seeing the results of more enforcement tools utilized, including going all the way through the hearing process. Forfeitures were actually added in our recent OKRA Campaign Reform Act amendments. And that allowed us to get candidates to refund the money or give the money to the city for any contribution limit overages that they received. And we were able to get all of that done before the actual election day. So that was a good accomplishment for us this year. And with that, thank you again for listening and letting me dig deep into a couple of our accomplishments. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a... Oh, sorry. Which button?
I'm pushing my button because I'd like to give some of the other commissioners an opportunity to ask questions if they have any.
To me?
Wait a second. You gotta watch Brian, guys. We love him, but I'll just leave it at that.
I'm an active listener.
Right. Seriously, Allison or Frank, did you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to say it was an interesting presentation, and I think I didn't know that forfeiture was a separate category. I thought it wrapped into sort of like sometimes fines and forfeitures are grouped together as part of a resolution. I thought that was interesting.
I'm interested in the public financing element, but I gather in the interest of time I can find out information on your website.
No. Please feel free to ask your question.
Well, what's the source of revenue for that?
It's general fund.
So this is general fund money.
Yeah.
About how much was expended in the last year, and for how many of your seats?
Yeah, we get there's $155,000 allocated for every 2-year cycle. So we try to expend all of that. I think we probably gave out about $145,000 this year.
What are the threshold requirements for that? I mean,
for candidates as they opt in.
Yeah.
So they need to raise or spend 5% of what's called a voluntary expenditure ceiling. So the voluntary expenditure ceiling for each race is about $100,000, $120,000. So they need to raise or spend 5% of that in order to be able to qualify. And then they apply and fill out some forms in order to give us everything that we need. They do a lot of things like needing to submit receipts. Our program is based on a reimbursement process, so they have to submit those to us, and then we then turn around and reimburse for the things that qualify for certain types of expenditures.
That part of the website that enables people to see, among other things, geographically where a candidate's donations of contributions have come from. That's from the what is the Hacker Brigade, or what is your?
Yeah, the Code for America Brigade. We call it Open Disclosure is the project name.
Is there? Do you know if there's such a group in Los Angeles?
I don't know if LA has a brigade. Okay. But I would imagine that LA Ethics provides a great deal of data on their website.
Can I just ask our staff, if there's an interest, if you could just let me know where I might contact such a person. Thank you very much. Very impressive.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Brian.
Now can I?
You may speak.
I had a question on the last slide about the forfeitures. How quickly are they required to forfeit in order to avoid being fined for the over campaign receipt?
So these were for cases where it seemed pretty clear that the overage was inadvertent for a variety of reasons. And so we reached out to them and said, you know, we would like to have these funds forfeited. Would you be willing to? All these forfeitures were voluntary. And of course, you know, we cite and reference the laws so that if they didn't voluntarily forfeit, we could go through a full-blown case. But that's the process where we just kind of initially reached out pretty quickly. Our goal was try and just get the money forfeited back to the city. We think that just looks cleaner, and then that way that it's very transparent about where the forfeitures came from and what those initial inquiries look like.
And perhaps to some degree would that help finance the general fund cost of campaign?
We don't look at it from that perspective, and we also don't receive fines into our own budget. That all goes to answer your question. It does go back to the general fund. Yes,
just the forfeiture
separate from us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this presentation, can we get a copy of that?
Absolutely.
Electronic. Great. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Whitney, I had a question about the relationship between the Oakland Ethics Commission and the issues you deal with and the FPPC. There's appears to be some potential for either working together complementarily in a complementary way or maybe less fortunate overlap. And I'm wondering if you could address that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we're doing that really well. I wanted to actually thank your staff. Thank you for reminding me for all of their support. We've worked with enforcement staff. We've worked with education staff as well. We put on a joint training, FPPC Oakland Ethics Training in March this year for candidates. So we've had a lot of collaborative work. We had a big money laundering case with the enforcement unit back in 2016, I believe. So we're extremely appreciative of all of the collaborative support that we get and ability to also try to help out from the local perspective. So I don't know that I would say I have anything to change. I think things are going quite well in terms of collaborating.
And how did you come up with your mandate, the different kinds of things that you decided as the Oakland Ethics Committee to address, as opposed to perhaps another city who may or may not be addressing the same kinds of things? What was the evolution here?
Well, our overall mandate is required in city. It's enumerated in city charter. It has some general language. We, as a commission over the past couple of years, as part of our foundation building, have done a lot of strategic planning work together to identify, okay, given that broad mandate, we can't do it all. So how do we decide, here's what's most important this year? Here's what we're thinking in a couple of years. So we do we have an annual retreat every March or April to talk about those things and revisit what we've been looking, what our numbers look like, and where we think we need to go next in terms of project areas and priorities.
Are there any more questions or comments for Whitney?
I'm just amazed at some of the things that have developed here, and I'm very appreciative of your sharing them with us. And it gives us some things to think about how we might be able to improve our folks within the limitation, our processes with providing information to the public without putting more strain on our budget. I'm very impressed with this hacker element that you've come up with. What do you call it? What, something of America?
Code for America.
Code for America, yeah.
Yeah, they do fellowships also. I think occasionally they work within state government, so it could be something that if you're interested in having more data work done, or you could look into some Code for America fellowships.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to thank Whitney. I'd like to thank the members of the commission who've joined us today, and of course the staff who've joined us as well. This was incredibly impressive, obviously, and it reflects very, very well on the work you're doing, and we're just very proud to be collaborating with you and very happy to be here at the Oakland City Hall today. Moving forward, our next item on the agenda is the approval of our December Commission minutes. Are there any additions or corrections or changes? I'm going to call on Sasha to call the roll to approve.
Can we get a motion?
And
I move approval.
Second.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward?
Yes.
Chair Drummond?
yes.
The motion passes.
Next item on our agenda is the enforcement calendar, items number 4 through 26. I have been informed that item number 5 has been pulled, so the enforcement calendar would be item 4 and item 6 through 26. Are there any items on this enforcement calendar that any member of the commission has a conflict of interest? Any commissioners have any questions or comments on any of the items? Any public comments on any of the items? Any commissioner requesting any items removed? Do I hear a motion?
Move to adopt items 4 and then 6 through 26 as put before us.
Second.
Commissioner
Gotcha.
Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward?
Aye.
Chair Drummond?
Aye.
The motion passes.
I believe we have just created a new record. And this does go to the incredible work of our staff who works with the folks who have perhaps unfortunately neglected to fill out everything appropriately or to take the kind of care that we urge those running for office in California to do, and thus have had to be penalized in one way or another. And I think that it shows that the system for the most part is working, and I congratulate Galina and her staff and the people in California who have come before us and for their willingness to move forward and correct mistakes and show that California is a clean government state. So I thank you. Our next item are the general items on our agenda, and I'd like to start with item 27, which is the adoption of amendments to Regulation 18702.2, which I see our legal team coming up here. Let's start with perhaps it's easiest to start with an overview through the staff report and then have questions from the fellow commissioners if that's fine. Okay,
Yes.
Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, good morning. I'm John Fager with the Legal Division. There aren't really any substantive changes from the proposal that we provided in November. There we go. But to summarize it, the primary change, the crux of the changes here is the location of an official's real property 1,000 feet or more from the location of the property that's subject to the governmental decision. Wow, that's very difficult. if I were trying to hit a baseball right now, there's a reason they turned that off for ball players. Anyway, everything else is pretty status quo, but after 1,000 feet, the standard changes to materiality is presumed. It's presumed to be okay, unless there's a showing of clear and convincing evidence. So that's really where everything lies in terms of this, the changes that we're making. But we've also done a lot of cleanup of the language. We've looked at pretty comprehensively at the regulation and made quite a few, I'd say, non-substantive changes to the language in the regulation. And that's where we are since November.
Do any commissioners have any questions about any of the changes or the item in its completion here, or its current form? Brian.
Just one minor. I had brought, I think, to your attention the interface between the numbers under 500, 500, and 1,000 because they seem to be a little bit inconsistent in terms of the interface. And I thought you had some staff language. Maybe it's already in the current draft, but I have the old one here. Are you following me?
Yeah, just to clarify for the rest of the commission, the issue here is when does the 500 and the 1,000, if it's exactly that distance, which category does it fall into? So we've got some clarifying language. Do you have it, John?
Yeah, I
do. Will just make clear if you're at that lucky number of 500 or 1,000, which side of it you fall on.
Correct. So the language now is in subdivision A7. So the beginning of subdivision 7 involves property located 500 feet or less from the property line of the parcel. And it just clarifies that issue with regard to when is it set. It's 499 or 500, and then the next one would be subparagraph 8 involves property located more than 500 feet but less than 1,000 feet. So then that goes 501 to 999, and then the language from there goes 1,000 or more.
Yeah, thank you.
Other commissioners' comments or questions? Are there any public comments or questions?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Allison, please.
We got a comment letter from the Campaign Legal Center, and I feel like, I don't know, do you have anything you want to say about our proposal in response to that letter?
Sure. I think it makes a valid point on the surface that the current proposal, their argument is that it's over-inclusive and that nobody's going to make any inquiry. We're just going to assume everything over 1,000 feet is okay. But the problem is that the existing system is that everything has to be analyzed and scrutinized. And so we've found in practice that that's very much over-inclusive. So you have everybody having to make the inquiry where we're finding in the letters that we do that very few fall into that category. And I don't think that the way this is set, boy, that is really distracting. Sorry, but to see yourself speak like that is, you guys are on the right side of this thing. Yeah. No, actually, that's the problem. I'm not. It doesn't add just 10 pounds. Anyway, taking up the whole screen up there.
I really wish you hadn't said that.
Anyway, I don't think people are sorry. I don't think people are stupid. They look at this regulation. They're not going. The attorneys and the officials are going to look at it and they're going to know that the entire thing applies to them. They're not just going to read the first half and say I'm okay. The rest of it is the presumption of clear and convincing evidence, and and I think we said we made the reference in the memo where the original adoption of the former regulation that had similar language. I think this is actually a good way of saying it here. It's in adopting former regulation 18705.2, the Commission noted that beyond the 500-foot range, participation would be allowed, unless something about the decision makes the official's property stick out like a sore thumb. And I think this is a good legal articulation, clear and convincing evidence of sticking out like a sore thumb.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this be promulgated, because I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we get questions from people who are raising issues only because the Act tells them they might have an issue, but they're really, you know, and it seems to me that it takes a lot of staff resources and staff time to analyze these, and I think this will be a real good step in the right direction toward better allocating people's work time to things that are actually important to be doing and more controversial. So thank you.
Are there other comments from Brian?
I just want to thank our General Counsel and Legal Division for rising to the occasion and coming back with a sensible approach to this revision. The previous set of rules that we were working under just imposed an incredible burden on and workload on legal staff, and I think this is going to cut that down to a sensible amount while still preserving the rights of the public to intervene if they think that it's in error. Reading through these, and I'm one of those folks who can't resist reading these advice letters, I find that most of the requests are people who probably feel that they probably have a conflict, but they're hoping you'll find that they don't. So it's difficult at best to do it, and you've done a great job. This perhaps will allow us to focus resources more on more complicated enforcement cases rather than these letters to excess. And I thank you again for your work.
Other comments?
No, thank you. It's one of those, you know, do you go with the more objective standard, the more subjective standard, you know, the bright line, or the more, you know, totality of the circumstances, how are the planets aligned? And the notion of a presumption which may be rebutted is aimed at trying to winnow away those things which are closer to the, you know, the tough area, but some remain. And what I think I mean by that is the presumption of immateriality, as a comment letter points out, for a piece of property which has been identified as being more than 1,000 feet away. How procedurally would staff work through the determination that that in fact the presumption holds? I mean, what are the types of factors that go into the mix?
Determining clear and convincing. I think it depends on, obviously, the facts of the circumstance of the case.
The type of property.
And the information that we're provided, type of property. So, I mean, it's, maybe that begs the question. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, it's a classic it depends.
Right.
Because it does.
Right.
I was afraid that would be, yeah.
If I may just add, a lot of times it just comes down to a balancing of the magnitude of the decision. I mean, a lot of these questions that we receive, they don't rise, the majority of the questions receive over the 1,000 feet. When it rises to that magnitude that we would start considering on a case-by-case basis. So the initial threshold is just what's the magnitude of the decision. The larger decisions, if you're building a Golden One Center, are going to have broader implications. But most of the time, it's a smaller project that fits within the existing character of the neighborhood. And when that's the case, they would essentially fall within that presumption and be presumed allowed. So I would just start with each analysis, starting with the magnitude of the decision.
Hypotheticals are always difficult. Well, maybe not always, but in a situation like this, prior actual examples on how they might apply can help to clarify and bring into relief what might be going on. And so, in this this one comment letter, I don't know who sent it. there's a they point out that there was a San Diego County supervisor decision, this 1.3 miles away. How would that, do you think, be approached under this proposal?
That one has.
In that case, the presumption would be, I'm sorry, Brian, but in that case, the presumption would be that because it was that far away, that it was that any interest was immaterial.
I think the fact that it was 1.3 miles away would lean rather heavily into a new analysis. I don't want to get too much into the facts of that particular case. I know at the time, even the distance kind of was somewhat questionable at the time. It went from farther to closer as we looked more into it. But without getting too much into the facts of that, I would just say, yes, I think the 1.3 would be a strong indication that it would fall on the other side of the materiality standard and not be material because of just simply the distance. The magnitude was large there. There's some questions of this. It was questions of whether or not it was opening the area to new development and the first step of essentially urbanizing a rural area. So there's issues. So there's some things to look at. So I don't want to get too much into the actual facts of that one, but I do think the distance would have been a pretty considerable, a large consideration in that letter.
But the point is that these other considerations of materiality have been, and will continue to be taken into account.
Right, when the decision is of substantial magnitude and when it starts falling on that edge of the 1,000 foot.
Thank you very much.
This is Dave Bainbridge, General Counsel, and just to add to that, we have factors laid out for the 500 to 1,000 foot range. So we would still look at those type factors, even if it's over 1,000 feet. We could still apply those. We just don't necessarily have to. So those could go to whether it is clearly going to be a conflict. So the factors are there. They're just not required to be analyzed based on the way it's written now, over 1,000 feet.
I would just like to thank Dave, Brian, and John for their work on this. One of the undercurrents of a lot of the work that we're going to be doing, particularly here today at this meeting, is to clarify our rules and our regulations and make sure that everyone understands what they're supposed to do so that the people of California have faith in our elections and get out and vote and participate in the civic discourse that makes our state such an exciting place to be. So I think that work on this particular issue is tremendously important, and I want to thank you as a commission chair, and I'm sure I speak for my fellow and sister commissioners. We really, really appreciate this clarity, and I think it will be of tremendous benefit to elected officials throughout California at every level, because it really helps them make sure that what they are voting upon is something that the public is comfortable for them to vote upon, and that they are reclusing themselves from those areas or issues where it might be inappropriate. So I thank you for your work. I'd be happy to have a motion.
I move adoption of this measure, including the technical amendments articulated.
Thank you, Brian.
And seconding, can I point out that the source of the comment letter that I was referring to previously was the Campaign Legal Center. I second.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward?
Yes.
Chair Jamont? The motion passes.
Thank you, Sasha, and thank you for all your great work, by the way. Our next item is item 28. It is a request for review of a denial opinion regarding Regulation 18321. This item deals with text message ads, which is something that I think we will probably be seeing more and more of as newer and more interesting campaign opportunities, shall we say, or ways of doing business come into being. So I appreciate having you with us today. Would you walk through the concept, the memos, what's going on here, so that we can help continue the clarity around this issue?
Surely. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair, Karen Harrison, Commission Counsel. This matter regards a request for an opinion by Tusker Incorporated. That request for an opinion was denied, and Tusker Incorporated has now requested a review of that denial. And just as a little background, Tusker Incorporated is a business that provides a text messaging platform that that allow for peer-to-peer text messages by campaign committees. They have other types of clients, but that's what we're focused on here for this request. They requested an opinion regarding the application of the disclaimers in Section 84504.3 as they apply to the text message advertisements sent by committees using their platform. Its clients, according to Tusker Incorporated, have provided these disclaimers on text messages that have been sent in the past. Their objection appears to be that the disclosures make the recipients of these text message advertisements less responsive. Acting Executive Director Larissa Hahn denied the request because it does not raise a substantial question of interpretation, and therefore it's not appropriate for an opinion by the Commission under Regulation 18320 F2. The reason why it doesn't raise a question of substantial interpretation is that the law in this matter is clear. The Disclose Act, and if I may, I'd like to just say what the Disclose Act purpose is, because I think it'd be helpful in regards to some of the comments that were made in the request. The purpose of the Disclose Act was for voters to make informed choices in the political marketplace. Political advertisements should not intentionally deceive voters about the identity of who or what interest is trying to persuade them how to vote. It is also disclosing who or what interest paid for a political advertisement will help voters be better able to evaluate the arguments to which they are being subjected during political campaigns and make more informed voting choices. I think that's important to keep in mind when you're looking at the comments that have been made in requesting this review. The Disclose Act categorizes disclosure by types of media. So, for example, radio and phone advertisements have a particular type of disclosure that's required. It's a spoken medium, so the disclaimers are spoken. For text message and electronic messages, there's a particular type of disclaimer, and that is set forth in Section 84504.3. And that's a requirement that the message must have the language, who funded this ad, as a hyperlink. And that hyperlink goes to the committee's website, where the remaining disclosures that are required under the Act are to be found by the public so they can review who was the committee that paid for this ad, top contributors, and whether or not it was authorized. If that is impracticable due to the type of medium being used, then it just needs to be a hyperlink without the language who funded this ad. So if there is a case of impracticability, the legislature has built in that it just needs to be a link to that website. It's important to understand that we're talking about text message advertisements here, and advertisements is specifically defined in the Disclose Act in 84501A, and that's messages, communications that are sent, paid for by a committee, authorized by a committee, that are sent out to the general public for the purpose of opposing or supporting a candidate or a ballot measure. So that's an expansive definition of communications. When we talk about advertisements, often we have a certain idea in our mind of what an advertisement is. It is legally defined in the Disclose Act. Tusker Incorporated, in their request, have indicated that these disclosures are not impracticable, nor do the disclosures severely interfere with the intended message due to the nature of the type of medium. This is an exception that the legislature has built into the Disclose Act, where it is difficult because of the type of media for those disclosures to be there. And if they severely interfere with the intended message, then you have an issue. Here, there isn't a severe interference. They're able to add these to the text messages. Their issue is more that there's a lessened response once the voters receive the information of where this message is coming from. And just to back up a little bit about peer-to-peer text messaging, this is a relatively new type of campaign advertising device and also campaign messaging device that allows a committee to get a set number of voter phone numbers. They then create a preset message or a series of preset messages, an initial message with responses that go out to these identified voters under the guise of a localized cell phone number. So when it shows up on your text message, it looks like it's from your area code. That's what localized means. And they say themselves on their website that this is a very effective means of contacting these voters. So there are no other exceptions that apply to these types of text message advertisements that are issued here in the request. Neither the type of medium used, this is not the type of medium that does not allow for disclosures to be included. Skywriting is always a great example of a type of medium where it's difficult to have a disclaimer, just like that one. There's another type of situation, communication, where the legislature has exempted it from the disclosure requirements. And that's where the person receiving the text message is likely to know the source. And we don't have that here. We have recipients that are receiving messages from a localized area code, and they would not know who it was coming from absent some type of disclosure. Staff requests that the Commission affirm the denial, and I'm happy to take any questions. Dave, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Just procedurally, this is Dave Bainbridge, General Counsel. You're being asked to overturn a decision by the acting Executive Director. So you can take no action, or if you would like to overturn it, you would need to have a motion and take action to overturn it. Otherwise, it can be left alone and just proceed.
In other words, it would stand should we not decide to do anything else further on it.
Correct.
Any questions from any commissioners for Karen or Dave or anyone?
We can certainly talk about it as we're leaving it alone.
Absolutely.
Or leave it alone and talk about it nonetheless.
Either way you want to do it, you can definitely discuss it.
All right. Did we want to? I'd be interested in knowing if there's a.
Look at that handsome guy.
You're right. Never mind.
And we will be calling for, if there is some public member here in the audience who would like to, a person here in the audience who would like to make public comment, of course. I just prefer to call on the commissioners first, in case you have any questions for Karen or Dave, and then we'll move forward with public comment and then determine if we want to do any further action. Allison or Frank, were you finished? We were hiding from your...
He doesn't want to be on the camera.
Okay, Allison.
Oh, no, that's you.
Oh, God.
It's best to just not look.
I was interested... I think, for the most part, well, actually, I do agree with the with not granting the opinion, because I think that what they're concerned about is the fact that there is a political effect to having a disclaimer on an advertisement, and that's true regardless, but that's not a bug, that's a feature. Now, I noticed in the letter from their council dated September 27th that they suggest that the who funded this ad disclaimer could be required of all communications from Tosker's sourced volunteer to the voter. And I'm just, this wasn't really their request, but I'm curious what your opinion is. After the initial interaction between the Tosker text message and the voter responding, wouldn't there be an argument that that next Tosker reply, or whatever you want to call it, at that point they've opted in, and you wouldn't necessarily need, this is sort of an academic question because this isn't the question they asked, but we wouldn't necessarily need the who funded this ad on every single message, because once you've got an exchange going with the voter, first of all, the voter's seen the original disclaimer, and second, they've sort of opted into the conversation. I'm just interested what your thoughts are on that.
It's interesting because that hypothetical would need some facts behind it to really have a good analysis. So you're getting a message in a text message. It's not like a phone conversation where you're having an immediate back and forth. There could be lags. There could be several days, weeks that go on from the time you get the first text message to the next text message. So I think on the opting in scenario, it's a little bit different than the example they were giving. So the example that they were giving was a string of text messages. And what we would focus on is whether an individual text message qualifies as an advertisement under the Act. If it qualifies as an advertisement, then it should have that disclaimer. If it's hi, this is Bob, do you know where your polling place is, for example, with no sort of advocacy, support, or opposition for a candidate or a ballot measure, then that's probably not going to fall into that advertisement category. The difficulty with opting in and answering your question without more facts is, does the recipient, are they likely to know the source of where this message is coming from? So if you're a member of an organization and every time you get a text message it says, you know, this is that organization, and previously you did affirmatively opt in, would you like to receive more messages? Then you know who you're getting it from. But this is from a localized cell phone number that's kind of disembodied. You don't know who's sending it to you today, who's sending it to you tomorrow. How do you know what organization is sending this? That would be a concern, and so you'd want facts to flesh that out. But it's a good question.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Ryan?
Just one question. So, if I understand it correctly, to the extent that the texts, not just the initial text, but subsequent texts answering questions, to the extent that they're canned, would also require a disclaimer.
I think to the extent that it meets that definition of advertisement.
Right.
So
my shorthand for that is canned. In other words, it's language that was already given to the vendor by the committee. In other words, it's the response that they want to a particular question.
One of those preset responses.
Preset responses, yes. Those should be disclaimered. Is that?
If it rises to the level of an advertisement.
Yeah.
So if the preset response is, I'm happy to take more questions from you, then that's not looking like it would rise to an advertisement. But you're right. Most of those preset responses would most likely fall into that
encourage you to
category.
vote for the.
But the important thing to consider is that there's text messages and there's text message advertisement, and the Disclose Act comes into play when it meets that definition of advertisement.
Good. Thank you.
I think we're ready for public comment. Are there any members of the public here who would like to please come up to the podium and tell us your name, and we're eager to listen to you.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for the time. My name is Daniel Swain. I am the CEO of Tosker. We make a peer-to-peer text messaging platform that is actually most commonly known as Relay out in the world, so we can also refer to it as that. As you know, we've requested an opinion from the staff, and now we're here to request an opinion from the commissioners. Before explaining why I think this exemption is warranted, I want to emphasize that we as a company are proponents of disclosure laws. I actually come from a long background in political organizing. Many of our clients used Relay to promote disclosure laws in other states, and we're quite successful, and we were really proud to be supporters of that. We care deeply about our democracy, and we think that disclosures are an important part of fostering an informed citizenry. There is a long tradition in the FPPC of treating volunteer communications differently, and for good reason. We think the FPPC has thought that democracy requires people getting involved, talking to other citizens about issues and campaigns that they care about. Obviously, as we've already heard, at the center of this conversation is, what is an advertisement? And the staff response to our opinion request and all the conversation so far has presumed that these text messages are advertisements. I do want to quote from the Disclose Act about what an advertisement is in the statute, which is a general or public communication that is authorized and paid for by a committee for the purpose of supporting or opposing a candidate, so on and so forth. The key word in our mind there is general. These are not general communications, they are one-to-one communications. And I do want to just briefly say, what does it look like for peer-to-peer texting to actually happen in the real world? This is a new technology. So imagine a group of citizens. It's a Saturday in Oakland. They come together because they want to support a particular political candidate. They're trained how to use the Relay software. They then use our software to contact thousands of voters who respond with questions about the candidates that they care about, and they have a real back and forth with those people. Does that sound like a group of advertisers who have gotten together, or does that sound like a modern form of good old-fashioned one-to-one political communication? The above example is not a hypothetical. In fact, one of our clients, which is based here in Oakland as well as I am, Color of Change PAC, did this with many candidates in California, and upon guidance from council, they did add the disclaimer, and those messages were much less likely to have a response, as we've noted. What that we believe is because people suddenly think, well, I'm not having a one-to-one communication because I'm being told that this is an advertisement, when in fact it is not. The staff's response to our opinion request, it's notable that the central question it did not engage is, there's no requirement for disclaimers on phone calls made by campaign volunteers. Why should there be on text messages? Text messages are simply how people communicate today. In fact, Americans send about 5 times as many text messages as they do phone calls. What makes a person-to-person phone call not an advertisement, but a text message is? I want to note that we're not asking for a disclaimer exemption on paid texting, only by those messages sent by volunteers, because we think volunteers should be treated differently. And I will just end by saying one of the challenges about writing laws at a time of exponential technological change is making sure that those laws keep pace with that technological change. The Disclose Act was written before peer-to-peer texting even existed. It just wasn't a thing before 2016. But the interpretation, of course, of that act is ongoing. We hope that the Commission will recognize that this new form of person-to-person texting is simply a new equivalent of the kinds of activities that have been exempted in the past, such as phone banking, and apply that exemption in kind. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions from the commissioners? Right.
Could you, I'm sorry, I didn't.
I think this issue warrants a robust and even thoughtful discussion. I don't know that it's today. For myself, I'm not inclined to overturn our interim executive director's decision, but I think the questions posed by this, I think, are ripe for a mature discussion. I'm throwing that out there to see if there are any takers. I'm not even sure I want to today, but it's we need to grapple with this if for no other reason than to validate what may be a determination that that the way that the Disclose Act was crafted and the way that the denial of an opinion has been the manner in which it's been grounded are in fact accurate and appropriate for this particular for the context of this particular technological innovation. But just to plant a seed, if for nobody else, for myself, if I have an opportunity to revisit this issue in this body, is that the central issue is not so much for me the means or the medium. It's the quality of the mental faculty of the individual that goes into making the free choice. And I have a right to know who's trying to influence my action before I've even determined what it's going to be. I think the denial of an opinion in this particular instance is quite well taken.
Brian, did you have a comment?
Initially, a question. I understand how to send a text message from this phone that's smarter than I am. But when you say peer-to-peer, it sounds like you're talking about something quite different than me just writing up my own message to my friends and sending it out, to persuade them about voting for the guy I like. Would you please give me a sense of what you mean by, what do you call peer-to-peer?
Peer-to-peer.
Is that
they have to sit in front of
a computer to do this, and how many are they doing at once? And
So we use the term peer-to-peer or person-to-person. There's nothing official or technical about that. That's simply what we use to describe the system. The messages are not coming from what you recognize as your text messaging or SMS program. Rather, what a campaign will do is load up a group of numbers, and this was spoken to previously, actually pretty accurately by the staff, of people that a campaign wants to contact. Write a kind of templated message, for example, hi, first name, this is sender first name with, here's the name of the organization, do you know about the upcoming district attorney's race, so forth and so on. Those messages are then parceled out to generally volunteers through the Relay system. When they send the message, they're using Relay, the software program. to send an SMS, which you can do. It's actually then being routed through another company's system to actually send that SMS, but it's still a text message like any other text message. And those phone numbers that we acquire to send the messages, which can be localized, so we can decide if we're texting people in Oakland to pick a Oakland area code, they're real cell phone numbers. We buy cell phone numbers to send the messages to. And then I think the really important part, and the way it's different from what you might normally think of as text message advertisement, is a truly two-way conversation. So previously, most text message systems were what we would call blast or mass text message systems, where someone would write a message, press a button, and all the messages would go out at once to 10,000 or 100,000 people. Each one of these must be sent by an individual, and if I get the message and say, oh, I'm not familiar with that candidate, can you tell me more about their position on X? There's an actual person at the other end of the line answering their questions, having an engagement, and obviously we don't have time for this, but if we did, we could show you reams and reams of real, authentic, person-to-person communications that are happening, which is what democracy is all about. It just happens that they're happening through this new system. Previously, those might have happened on the phone, but quite frankly, people don't pick up the phone as much as they used to. So, but this is real person-to-person contact, just like it was person-to-person contact at the doors or person-to-person contact on the phones. It's just using text message at a very scaled mechanism to do it. I hope that answers your question.
A follow-up question on that. So that the volunteer who's going to do this interaction, it actually doesn't disclose his or her personal phone number, but rather the one of the ones you've bought for the campaign's use.
That's correct. And that's in some ways out of deference of not wanting to have volunteers have to expose their phone number. And that's how a phone banking system would work as well.
Sure, I understand that, but just for clarification. And then also, is it the same volunteer that pushes the button to send that initial text out, or is it some other volunteer that might send that out?
Different programs are run differently. We highly encourage people to have it be the same, and generally speaking it is. The person who sends the message answers the questions that come in. There are some, difficulties with volunteer management. If that volunteer goes away and 3 days later someone responds, then that might be a new volunteer or even a staff member, kind of picking up the slack. You can move messages around, but generally it's a, consistent conversation.
I actually received some messages like that last week. It was about a central party candidate election, and so as a recipient, I sort of
you know what it's like on the other end of the line.
Yeah, but there was a disclaimer in it, by the way, even though I'm not sure it was required. I was impressed that there was a disclaimer. Here's kind of what I'm concerned about, and deference to your effort to try and break this down. I appreciate that. Your analysis in your letter was that this was most like phone banking. And for me, it's less like phone banking than it is my good old days walking precincts. I show up at the doorstep and I've got a printed brochure, and on it is a disclaimer by the committee. Okay? Right? Yeah, there. That's much more like it. And what conversation I have on the doorstep might or might not even remotely relate to what the campaign would like me to say. It's kind of what I say, in my way of doing it, and the same with virtually all volunteers. Despite efforts to train them to make a memorized pitch, they don't do it. So I get that you don't have to disclaim that conversation, but I do get that that brochure should have a disclaimer. And likewise, in this sense, that initial text that goes out, which may or may not be sent by the actual volunteer or some other volunteer, is like that brochure. It's been carefully crafted by the campaign to send a specific message. It's not within the discretion of the volunteer to freeform write his own that he would send just because that's what he thinks ought to be said. So it is really a mass communication. It's just done maybe one push button at a time, thousands of times. And so it seems to me it's a parallel. That first message for sure off the table, it's got to have a disclaimer. And then to me, to the extent that the follow-up answers that a volunteer might push out is already pre-designated again by the campaign. They've written it very carefully. They want to say it a certain way. The answer on where are you on flat tax or whatever the issue is, you get exactly the right message that the campaign would like to see out. The consultant has figured this all out, what the right way to say it. So those also, I would think, are clearly something that should be require a disclaimer, just as we do now on other mass communications. To the extent that you get off in the weeds and you do have an honest conversation back and forth, I don't see the need for a disclaimer, although I think it's kind of hard to differentiate between the two. So far I'm not moved by your effort. I just don't think you've made a case here. Your communication shows that these are essentially what I would call canned messages, and to me that's an advertisement. Thank you.
Would it be okay to respond to that? So two things. One, we regularly get requests from our clients to turn these into what we think are advertisements, which is to attach MMS, a picture message, which could be a video or a brochure or some other kind of image. And we have consistently said no to them because, one, we just don't believe that that's what this is for. We believe it's for communication. And two, we think that is definitely an advertisement. So to go to your comparison of the person having the conversation at the door and then handing them the brochure, the digital equivalent of that is quite possible. You can attach a nicely made brochure, and we do not let people do that despite their requests to have us do that, because we don't want to turn this into an advertisement. As for the comparison, whether this is more like phone banking or door knocking with a brochure, obviously reasonable people can disagree about this, but for the many of you who I'm sure have participated in phone banking, the level of restriction and focus that a phone banker, a volunteer phone banker has, is almost identical to a volunteer text banker, which is to say they are given a script. Were they to deviate from that script, they would very quickly be said, you're no longer on the phone banking team. They're given scripted messages to respond to in terms of questions about positions. Now, obviously, there's some amount of your sort of discretion on how you utter those phrases, but phone banking and text messaging have almost entirely the same structure in terms of the campaigns directing what they want the conversation to be, and then having those conversations be had by volunteers. So respectfully, I think that it is much more like phone banking than it is like walking around and handing a printed brochure with all of the design, which would be like attaching a picture message.
I think I share Frank's concerns and all of our concerns about the potential in the future for and how to get our arms around new media and the possibilities of positive use in campaigns to reach out to new generations of voters or voters who have for some reason become less eager participants in our system, and we need to always be on the cutting edge of what needs to happen to make sure that we have an informed electorate and we know the best means to reach out to them, and at the same time that the electorate knows who is reaching out to them and for what reasons and who's paying for it. And that's where this conundrum obviously comes forward. And I think we're going to be seeing this not only in text messaging, but potentially, as I mentioned at the end of the last meeting, things that I would hope that the FPPC would be looking into this coming year. And of course, Facebook, Instagram, meetups, things I don't even know about because I have gray hair, and things that even people with not gray hair haven't made up yet, but will be the means of communication in the future. We need to always be on the cutting edge of that to make sure that our electorate is as informed as they should be, both in getting messages but also in knowing who's sending them. I am at this point not comfortable with overturning our executive director's decision. I think that it was thought out and given the information that she has at the time and that we have heard today, and the system that you are talking about probably does not fall into a category that we would like to change from what she has already indicated. However, I do think that we need to take a much more thorough, deeper look at all of the potential and possibilities of where we're going and what is the best way to identify and clarify as we look to a few special elections in 2019 and a plethora of elections in 2020, where I'm sure there will be incredible opportunities to use text messaging and other new things that I don't know about yet. And I would certainly welcome, as we go forward and look to that, for your input and others in the listening and physical audience here, for us to start to grapple with that so that we have rules and regulations in place ahead of time and people are not being misinformed or misusing or not having the opportunity to inform as we move forward to the next election. So I thank you for coming today, and if there are any other questions from the Commission, Frank?
Now that the screen is down, this reminds me a little bit of the our cryptocurrency discussions earlier this year. Is there someone on staff who thinks about this type of? I mean, there's Disclosure Act type, expertise, but I mean Karen, but anyone else? And if it's Karen, just. What I'm getting at is, rather than react to the next time that there's an issue, this is only going to become more prevalent. I think it was yesterday I learned that I could save money on my calls to Hungary if I just responded to this text, and I may get to that, but it's just I mean, maybe one of the reasons why people respond less when they find out the type of thing it is because they've gotten all the information to know that they don't want to engage in the conversation now. It's like they know how they're going to vote. Thank you. Or they are a committed, bless their heart, non-voter. But the apparent fragility of the human psyche and the things which influence our actions that we may not even be aware of, and technologies which are designed or innovated in ways to touch us in manners which have been previously unthinkable, much less undoable, is of significant interest to me, and I'm afraid it's going to be of increasing gravity for commissions like this. So I'm wondering if maybe it isn't opportune for somebody on staff to at least begin to canvass how various jurisdictions are grappling with these types of issues.
I would add, when you have a new law, the breadth of the Disclose Act, we've had many questions of interpretations. This is kind of the general process of sorting them out and prioritizing. As a whole, staff is on the lookout for things related to the Disclose Act that will need to be clarified in the future. And with something the breadth of the Disclose Act, this is just one of quite a few things that moving forward will require some sort of levels of clarification. It's just a matter of when do we get there and prioritizing the multiple issues that arise in adopting something that broad.
I think what Frank is suggesting, and pardon me if I am misinterpreting, is that we don't wait for an issue that comes to us that is problematic, but rather that we come up with ahead of time a regulation or rule or at least a gathering of materials that other states or other groups use in defining how text messages or Instagram or Meetup or this or that or the next thing may be understood in a clarity that talks to who funded it, who's sending it, and what the process is, so that the people of California, as we go forth for our next election, know that too, as we get a gazillion messages come 2020. Okay. So I think that we will take this is a friendly discussion, something for us to be looking at as we had a full staff meeting this month. We are going to be having a senior staff meeting next month as some of the kinds of issues and things that we will be looking at and defining, we hope, with the guidance of all of us here at the table and the public who are involved in this, the campaigns who are involved in this, so that we will hopefully, prior to 2020, have a clarity that keeps California in the forefront of good government.
Because before you know it, we're going to be wearing Google glasses or something like that, and we're going to receive, without knowing it, at a cognitive level, we're going to get at a frame per second speed that we can't cognitively differentiate messages that are going to influence our action. We'll never know about it, much less be able to trace it. And then where are we? We're cogs in somebody's machine. That's what I'm getting at. That's what and that type of Orwellian scenario. That's what happens when people don't think ahead and they ask themselves the question, what the hell is going on here? What's happening in and to our society? And I suggest, I want to know who on staff is a person I can call and say, what's Minnesota doing about this? I want to know that, like, presently.
Thank you, Frank. Did you have any last comments, or shall we move? Maybe we move forward.
I appreciate the time. We do not, for the record, make any kind of glasses or any other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your comments. Hi.
Hi. Can I have a comment on this issue? All right. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Trent Lang, the President of the California Clean Money Campaign, who sponsored the Disclose Act, so we definitely have something to say on this particular issue. First of all, in full disclosure, we almost became a client of Relay ourselves as an organization. We ended up using one of their competitors, but basically does the exact same sort of thing. So actually, that gives us some experience that we did not have using these sorts of systems when we helped in drafting the Disclose Act in the legislature. So I want to apologize again to everybody for a lack of foresight in not thinking of seeing this particular thing. This is a very difficult problem because the who funded this ad requirement, the wording on that, we created that in the context, in the vision, mostly of electronic media ads that were online banner type ads. And there, when you have an online banner graphic, who funded this ad in the corner that you can click to a page, makes a lot of sense. It's kind of yeah, right. So, but here, I would say the challenge here is that who funded this ad really does not make sense in the context of a text that's, especially not one that's not an automatic robotext. These are regular people that are trying to engage in conversation with people. I think we will be, when we look at our cleanup bill this year, we will be looking at a legislative solution to address this particular issue in more detail, and we'd love to get the opinion of you and your staff when we go through that. But I just want to say that I really don't think that the who funded this ad is appropriate here. It is arguable that the thing to do there would be to possibly say who funded it, requiring the text who funded this ad is impracticable in terms of the sense of how these systems work. They are conversational things, but to still continue to require the link to the website that has the top funder information. So they could just use some different words to introduce why they're providing this link. That would be something for consideration either now or in the future. And I'd also like to echo that I definitely agree with the idea that Commissioner Hayward raised and Commissioner Hatch also raised, that because these are conversations, I would say that the disclosures really should only be applied to that first message, because many times you are saying, hey, this is Bob from Yes on 99, have you heard about what it does? And the person goes, oh, I haven't heard about it. And then a real person actually kicks in and starts answering questions. And for that real person to kick in and start answering questions and have to put who funded this ad link at the end of every single one of the things, that just doesn't make any sense to us at all. So we will definitely be planning to put that in the legislative cleanup solution, but I would encourage you to, in regulations, to address that as well.
Any questions?
Just to distinguish slightly, I did indicate the initial message clearly was something that should be bannered or hyperlinked, I should say, to a disclosure. But I also believe, to the extent that any of the answers you supply to the voters' questions are also canned, pre-designed by the campaign, should also be disclaimed, because it is advertising. It's maybe advertising for one, but that's the way click-through ads work. It's one at a time. And when somebody gives me an answer, I like to know the source. Now, first of all, clue number one is they're not in my address book, so there's no, on the text, it doesn't tell me who it's from, it just gives a phone number. But then it could be a credible source in my view, but on the other hand, it could be, you know, the coal industry telling me something about how I should feel about something, and I want to know if that's them that's paying for and designing those answers. And so to the extent that my term canned, it's pre-designated by the committee what that answer should be, then it should also be disclaimed in my view.
I guess my response to that is, I think that generally speaking, because this is to the person who's receiving it, it's a thread on your cell phone, on your text message, just like anything else. And so you get that one message from the campaign with the disclaimer, however it should be. You know who it's coming from, right? As long as the disclaimer is right. I don't know that it's necessary if somebody says, oh yeah, I'm interested, where do I vote? Or yeah, I'm interested, I'd like to come to your campaign kickoff, where is it? That if the person responds, it's at this address or whatever, I don't know that it's, from our view as sponsor of the Disclose Act, that would not be necessary because they already know who is speaking. That's the comment there. Even if it was kind of a canned copy and paste this address.
Just to let you know, the one experience I had, there were multiple phone numbers, so it didn't work as you just suggested. It was the same organization, but it came from different phone numbers.
Yes, and that's a problem. So I would say that you could put in the rules that if it's coming from even the same volunteer with the same organization, then they wouldn't have to put a disclaimer. But if it's a different phone number or even a different volunteer, then no, because you don't know who they are. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you very much. I don't think we're going to be able to write this legislation today with all of the different parameters and what-ifs, but I do appreciate the thoughts that you and all of us bring forward here. Are there any further comments? Any further public comment?
That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner. Jim Sutton from the Sutton Law Firm. Not here on behalf of any client, but here as a practicing political attorney who urges you to take this up as an opinion and has to respectfully disagree with staff's comment that the law is clear on this question. Based solely on the amount of money that our law firm billed our clients over the last election cycle trying to figure out these regulations and the advice letters, the law is anything but clear, and this is a perfect opportunity for the commission to devote the resources to figuring out what are real-life concerns that campaigns have. So just very quickly, 3 legal points. The first is this whole thing about our text messages, general public ads. And I'm going to cite a very important legal precedent, and that is my teenagers. So we learned something, my wife and I learned something recently, when you say to your kids, oh, have you talked to Joe Schmo? Have you called this job position, whatever it is? And they're like, oh, yeah. Well, we figured out that teenagers, when they use the word call or talk, they are as often referring to texting as they are referring to what some of us of a certain age think is actually picking up the phone or talking to someone in person. So to exempt talking at a doorstep or over the phone from the disclaimer requirements, but to not exempt texting is maybe not appropriate in today's world. And again, it just goes to the point, this is not a clear question. The second is, what is the disclaimer required on text? Staff says, oh, it's clear as clear can be. It's just who funded this ad. Let me tell you, the political attorney world, at least our firm and some of the firms we've talked to, don't agree with that. We may like that conclusion, but we believe that the law requires the full paid for by Committee for a Better Government, yes on to, with major funding from, which could be 100 or more characters, that shortened who's funding this ad only applies to electronic media ads, and as the sponsor of the legislation just said, electronic media ads are banner ads, are things that we see when we're on Facebook or online. They're not text messages. Or at least it's not so clear in the law that text messages are these types of ads where you only have the more limited disclosure. We think that the better answer under the law is that it's the longer disclosure. So that's the third and final legal ambiguity here. And this is really an important point that we've identified. You know, and here, my use of technology is not as good as my kids, so I've already lost the place with the citation. But that we think the definition of advertisement, and this is, we think, a very important point, actually says if it's impracticable to put the disclaimer on the ad, then it's not an ad. And it's a point that I don't know if the sponsors missed it. The FPPC staff has not really acknowledged in their draft opinion this definition of advertisements in, let me find it, 84501A2, which says it's not an ad if the disclaimer is impracticable. It is impracticable in a 64-character text or whatever they are to put the full name of a committee and the committee major donor. That is, or in a lot of circumstances, that's going to be impracticable. So we think it's a core legal question. The way the law is drafted, then it's not even an ad. Then we shouldn't be talking here. So again, I don't know the answers to these questions, but let me tell you, we have struggled with them, and we have billed a lot of money to our clients, and we come up with the best answers, and this is a great opportunity. The conversation earlier about the conflict of interest reg, which encourages people to come to the commission with the facts and say, help us figure this out, I think this is a perfect example of what you guys really want and what you really should be doing. And in my experience, Minnesota ain't doing anything about this. No local jurisdiction. It's you. Everyone is looking to California and the FPPC to figure this out, and I think this would just be a wonderful opportunity for the commission to try to resolve some of these legal ambiguities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we, I think, have already spoken to our interest in pursuing this, so appreciate the reinforcement. Allison.
Yeah, and I think what Mr. Sutton is describing is a process by which we promulgate a reg, and not do it by letter, even though that may have been the custom in the past, and we've got this wonderful sort of secret reg law stuff that's occupying, you know, scores of books in people's offices because they were done in letters. It's better to have it in a reg.
Agree 100%, and I think that we hear our marching orders and our and I look forward to a very fulsome discussion on this, just as we have been having on our next item, she said subtly, and am wondering if we might move on to the next item unless there's any further discussion on item 28. Again, thank you, Karen. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Dave. It certainly was a fulsome conversation, and I think brings to light a lot of issues that we need to resolve prior to the next election. Our next item is also going to be a very interesting, fulsome discussion, I believe, and it relates to our streamlined settlement program. We have been talking about this for several months now. Again, in an effort to have clarity for those who stand forward to run for office and make sure they understand the rules and make sure that if a problem occurs, they know what the penalties might be, and that there is this sort of clarity in the front that I believe we are all in favor of. We are looking at regulations 18.360.1 and .2. We have had a wonderful task force that has had a tremendous amount of input on this. Galena West from our enforcement division has helped pull together some documents that have both some options and some final suggestions that we may or may not vote upon today. We shall see how the conversation goes, but one hopes that we can move forward with this soon. And I would like to start by, I guess the best way to start is the staff report on this.
Well, I just wanted to say good morning. My name is Ryan O'Connor, counsel in the legal division, and I helped assist with this memorandum.
And I'm Galena West, awkwardly sitting to your right, and I'm sure it'll all be fine. Hopefully that's my better side. I didn't know you were there. Well, you know, I was texting to get that turned off before my turn, but anyway.
And let the record reflect you were able to do it.
Friends in high places, I guess. But I think that what to emphasize right now is maybe the 5 main areas that have changed since you saw the regulation in December. The commission was, it seemed pretty satisfied with the regulation in December, with some concerns about maybe some distinctions by the type of race or state or local or some other kind of bracketed breakdown in order to make it less of a one-size-fits-all, I believe was the expression. So the 5 main areas that have changed would be the emphasis on 24-hour reports, which is what most of your comment letters are about. So some of the sections were added to emphasize when you could get a warning letter versus qualify for streamline. And I think in the discussion today, it's really just a policy call by the commission on how much you want to exclude or include 24-hour reports into the Streamline program. So currently there isn't a big limitation. It's just the balancing of factors is what we currently have with the $25,000 limit. But under the proposals, there will be some automatic exclusions from Streamline as well as some considerations for warning letters. So that's really what all of the comments are about. And we can talk about those in more detail. The second is the population criteria. That is one of the large changes since you saw this. So this is a breakdown based on the population of the jurisdiction on how much your threshold cap would be. If you had more than that amount for your campaign statement, then you would be disqualified from Streamline. You would be bumped into Mainline. So the handout that I gave the handout of the latest language, and that's available here with some of the just more technical changes that have come up since we sent it out. And then the other 2 handouts are to give you a visual representation of counties and cities breakdowns of who would fall under which threshold. So if you look at the county, it shows you who would have the $4,000 activity threshold all the way to Los Angeles, which would have, sorry, glasses, 69,900 threshold per statement. So that's how the thresholds work. And then the other one is the cities. So the difficult issue with population thresholds is the special districts, including water districts and school boards and the such. There is no real census information publicly available for those jurisdictions, and so it's been written into the regulation that they would have to produce those numbers. And if they didn't, then their candidates or committees would not be able to participate in the program, in the Streamline program. On the current agenda, there were 7 that were water districts, school boards, and such that they would have to have provided us with the numbers. So we can't really tell if those would have fallen under this program or not. The third point is the threshold changes for lobbying. So those were bumped up to not to exceed 100,000, or I'm sorry, not greater than 100,000. And then the campaign was 20%, is down from 25%, which is what was presented in December, and I think caused some heartburn for some of the public commenters. It's 20% now, and then it's not greater than the applicable population-based limit, so it's tied back to what would be for the non-filing. The fourth change would be in point 2, the intro paragraph about presentation of streamlined stipulations. And then the penalty increase proposed in point 2, where there is a an added on percentage penalty if your statement or report was due prior to the election. So that seemed like an appropriate response to some of the comments about what things are due before the election and after the election and get the same fine. So, so those are the changes. We have specific language changes, and there's only 2 that I would suggest right now before we have our discussion. On page 8 of the handout for point 1, on lines 4 and 5, it says not to exceed, and that should actually say or is greater than, because that is an exclusion language. So otherwise it doesn't make any sense. So we're going to go for sense. And then if you have that written down, then on page 10, line 9, we just left in older language that isn't congruent with the rest of it. It's exclusions. It says because of aggravating circumstances included, it should say exclusions from the streamlined program include. So that's just to make it consistent with the rest of the document. So those are the main points that have been brought up by the public comment and at Law and Policy Committee. We held the Law and Policy Committee meeting where Trent Lang from Clean Money, Nicholas Hydorn from Common Cause, and Stephen Kaufman from the task force were all asked to attend, and they spoke, and then the Law and Policy approved this recommended language to be presented today.
Thank you, Galina. Do commissioners have any comments or questions? Or Brian, do you want to, as chair of the Law and Policy, make a statement of, or help us sort through what we finally have come to see before us today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We listened carefully to the reactions of the members of the Commission, to some of the concerns that they had, and we've worked very hard on smoothing those out. We've also taken testimony in the Law and Policy Committee, I think now twice, and I thought had everything pretty much worked out. And now this little tempest in the about 3 provisions, I think it is, where they're concerned about what happens on a late 24-hour report that's not due until after the 7-day period that's referenced here. And I have 2 letters this morning before I woke up from Clean Money Campaign that offer, I would characterize as compromise language on the 3 issues that were raised by the 2 letters from the day before from the Attorneys Association, as well as at least the chair of the task force, although I'm not really sure that this has been passed by the entire task force. So I'd kind of like to figure out a way for those parties to be able to tell us where they stand on the second version, which is what we have here, of the Clean Money offering in terms of language. Can we bring this to bed, or is there still more bickering to occur before we vote on this?
Oh, I would define it as more discussion. Should we have our public comment and then the commissioners ask questions and deliberate? Would that be acceptable? I know we usually speak first, but I think under the circumstances that might make sense. Are there members of the public who would like to comment on this? I see Steve Kaufman. Hi, Steve.
Chair Germond, commissioners, Stephen Kaufman, chair of the Enforcement Review Task Force, and in a true sign of bipartisan unity, Brian Hildreth and I decided to come up here together to handle the questions. But Brian is the chair of the subcommittee that was tasked with working with Galena and helping to shape regulations. So if you don't mind, we'll stand here together. Let me open with a few comments. Hopefully you've all had an opportunity to review our letter. I see Commissioner Cardenas shaking his head. So, well, in any event,
could I interrupt you just one moment? Could you indicate whether or not you've read the letter I was referencing from Clean Money this morning?
I literally flew through the letter as I was flying. So I think I've read the letter. I think I've read these. You've referred to two versions. I got a corrected version from Trent. Is that it? So yes, I've seen the letter. I have to admit, with everything else moving quickly, I haven't had a full chance to absorb it all. But I will say that I don't think that the proposed compromise language accomplishes what we feel needs to be accomplished in order to support this regulation. You know, the task, and also to just clarify for everybody, the task force met last in December before the proposed regulation that was presented to the commission at its December meeting. The task force voted to support that proposed regulation conceptually. There were some language discussions even then, and a couple people who were concerned about getting fully on board before the language was finalized. But the commission voted to support the proposed regulation. I supported the proposed regulation that was presented to the commission in December. I do not support the current version of the regulation. The task force has not had an opportunity to meet as a body since these language changes were presented, and they were only presented last week. There was a draft that was presented earlier last week in anticipation of the Law and Policy Committee meeting, and then there was additional language that was added following the Law and Policy meeting. So, and I will say that it is the three provisions that Galena referenced regarding really 24-hour reporting, and which Commissioner Hatch mentioned, that are the sticking point here. And just to summarize, I think the key points in our letter, for those of you who may not have absorbed all of it, you know, we supported the regulation, the proposed regulation, on the premise that it would provide clarity to the regulated community, and it would prioritize commission resources to focus on the more serious violations, and that those violations where there's minimal public harm, where there's no intent to violate the law, and when there's no kind of significant, the amount at issue is not significant in the overall context of the campaign or the committee's activity, that those kind of matters would be dealt with in a different manner, not necessarily excluding those people from being penalized, but imposing penalties in a different way than a full mainline enforcement. And you saw the presentation by the Oakland Ethics Commission this morning, and I think they had their kind of scale of how they do enforcement, and you know, they emphasized the fact that the warning letter program is something that they're proud of and working successfully on, and something that's added to their enforcement. They, much to my pleasure, even have a forfeiture provision, which some of us on the enforcement task force were actually urging consideration of a disgorgement or forfeiture type policy to be worked into the commission's enforcement structure to provide for other means of enforcing the law, less than the full type of enforcement process that requires extraordinary resources from your staff, and which requires kind of a full-blown enforcement case to be dealt with from those who are being regulated. So we felt that the original version of this regulation accomplished those purposes. What the problem is with these three new provisions, and it's three key paragraphs in Regulation 18360.1. There's one paragraph, one factor that's been added to the mitigation language on page 4. I'm hoping that I have the current version of the reg, because some of what, I have what was posted on the website the other day, so we may be off a line or two, but The mitigation factors on page 4, lines 15 to 16, provide for basically taking out of the warning letter provisions, or a factor that could remove something from the warning letter section, a late statement or report essentially that wasn't filed at least 7 days prior to the election. So a 24-hour report that's not filed at least 7 days before the election comes out of the warning letters as a mitigating factor, and you're generally excluded from getting a warning letter for that purpose. Similarly, in the streamline section, which is the next page, page 5. So just so we all are talking about the same things, you have warning letters, and you have mitigating factors that put you into warning letters, and then you've got streamline, which is a penalty that gets imposed. It's just in a different way from a full-blown mainline enforcement case. But you are penalized when you're in streamline enforcement section. So there is now an exclusion in the streamline section at page 5, lines 15 to 16, which says which excludes a 24-hour report that was due during the last 16 days of the election, but wasn't filed at least 7 days before the election. So if you messed up and missed a 24-hour report in the 16 days before the election and you didn't file it, you're out. You're now in mainline, regardless of what the amount was, how significant it was in relation to your overall activity, regardless of whether there's any public harm, you're out. Similarly, page 5, lines 17 to 18, there's a new provision before you, which excludes any 24-hour report. So this is campaign, the 24-hour reporting requirements now go back 90 days before an election. So this is any 24-hour report, even the ones that go back to 90 days before the election, not filed before the election. If the information was not reported on another report or statement, which your committee filed, at least 7 days before the election. So this gives you a little bit of an out if you failed to file a 24-hour report, but it showed up on your pre-election report. But it doesn't forgive those which may not have shown up on a pre-election report or some other 24-hour violation that doesn't fit that scenario. And the fact is that many 24-hour reports don't arise or don't even become an issue until 7 days before an election. So if you fail to file with any 24-hour report that's due within the last 7 days, you're out of streamlined. You don't really get consideration. You don't get consideration for a warning letter. You're now in man. And we just fundamentally think that goes against the entire purpose of the streamline regulations, which are supposed to, or this version of the streamline regulations, which were supposed to take a more expansive view of the streamline program and capture those type of violations where there is no significant harm, there's minimal harm to the public, and where the amount at issue is not particularly significant. And we think that the regulation without those provisions builds in the type of safeguards that I think those who are commenting on the other side of this are not really recognizing, and that is there are already factors set forth in these regulations for the staff to determine whether there is public harm, whether the contribution was reported elsewhere by the same committee, whether the contribution was reported by somebody else who may have been a recipient of that contribution, and whether the amount at issue is a small percentage of the overall activity of that committee. Those are factors that are already included in the regulation on page 2 that are already set forth there. And on top of that, as Galina just mentioned during her presentation, there has now been an enhancement added to the penalty regulation, the accompanying regulation 18360.2, which provides for increased streamlined penalties if you missed a 24-hour report in the last 7 days. So that penalty provision is addressing this very situation where you didn't file it within the last 7 days, you missed it. You're going to get a larger penalty, and we think that these type of safeguards accomplish exactly what needs to be accomplished without totally excluding these type of violations from the program. And frankly, putting these type of provisions in this regulation eliminates any context for evaluating these type of penalties, and we think that's not the way to go. As to the proposed language that I have had an hour or so to ruminate on, that were proposed by Clean Money, it seems to me we're now making exclusions to exclusions, and it's making this regulation, which was supposed to provide clarity, which is already 12 pages, 15 pages, it seems to be getting more complicated by the minute. And as we start layering exclusions on top of other exclusions, it gets even more complicated, and we're more tied to numbers and doesn't allow for any flexibility, which I don't think we want to do here. I can let Delina comment on that, but I think the more we start trying to put everything in a box and address every situation, we are going to assume things are going to be excluded because they're not mentioned, and there's going to be more confusion about what's in and what's out. So I don't think that's the way to go. I think that we can simplify things and put things back where they should be by eliminating these provisions and allowing the rest of the regulation to work as it was intended to work, and allow the penalty provisions to take care of those cases that are in Streamline that might warrant a heightened penalty versus those that may not. And that is the nature of our comment and our opposition to the current regulation. I'll let...
if I could follow up.
Sure.
Just to follow up, I invited you to react to these offered edits, and you've managed to artfully avoid really dealing with the substance of them, and by sort of branding them. And I guess what I'd like to hear from you is, are you better off or worse off than the language that's in this draft that you don't like?
That's a good question. I think there are some pieces of it that may be better and other pieces that are not. I mean, yeah, it's kind of adding this 40...
Could you tell me which ones?
Well, I mean, it's adding a 48-hour kind of take-back provision. So I guess you can say it's moving the ball closer, but it's still, now we're talking about 5 days. I mean...
Well, there are some other provisions as well in these sentences, but there are 3 provisions. Are you saying that 2 of the provisions that are less complicated are you're better off? I'm not saying they're okay. And would that be the first 2, or is that, or am I trying to read your mind?
Well, I'm only seeing 2 of them that are dealt with. I'm seeing the 2 Streamline ones that are dealt with here.
Mm-hmm.
The ones on page 5, lines 15 to 16 and 17 to 18, and they both have this 48-hour kind of forgiveness period. So, I mean, if you're asking me, is this better? I mean, I guess it is better in the big picture of things, but I don't think it's good, and I don't think it accomplishes, it doesn't address the issues that we're talking about.
From your perspective, they're better than
than what's
version,
on paper in the current version. Right. But I don't think it addresses the issues we're concerned with, and I don't think it addresses the issue of clarity.
Okay, thank you.
So much for bipartisan.
Okay.
I'm going to shame you into saying something.
It's one thing to reach across the aisle.
Yeah.
It's another thing to find a willing hand.
No, my hands are very... look, just to say 10 sentences on this, in more global, when the subcommittee came together, we had sort of 3 guiding principles about what should be factors for warning letters, streamline enforcement. And that was, what's the level of the public harm? And if it's minimal, then that deserves more likely heavier consideration for warning letter or streamline enforcement. The second was the mens rea of the sort of the mental state of the person or committee that violated the rules. Did they knowingly do it? Did they negligently do it? Was it inadvertent? And the third is, what was the significance of the violation in the context of the matter? And I use the word matter for lack of a better term, because if it's a, depends on the amount of money, depends on the campaign, depends on the contributions received, the money expended, what should have been contained on the report, what information was missing. So if it was insignificant in the context of the greater matter or the other activities of the committee, then we thought it should have been driven more towards the warning letter and more towards streamline enforcement. And California is moving away from mandatory minimums and trying to give the finders of fact more discretion in sort of interpreting what is a violation of the law, how it should be treated, how it should be punished. And for our sake, this entire exercise is largely about that. It's largely about prosecutorial discretion and about having somebody analyze whether did this harm the public to a level that deserves a mainline enforcement action, or was this still a violation and still going to be punished, but punished to a lesser extent to allow the enforcement division to focus on the bigger cases instead of driving cases that maybe have minimal public harm, driving those to mainline enforcement that requires an investigator, requires an FTC enforcement attorney to spend their time, driving through these cases where there likely was minimal harm to the public.
I'm sorry, if I may just add one more thing. Hopefully you noted this in my letter. We looked at last month's agenda. This month's agenda was a little difficult to decipher because of the reason Alina mentioned earlier with some of these enforcement cases that came before you involve special districts. But on the last agenda, we identified 5 cases that you all approved under the current streamline process that involved 19 late 24-hour reporting violations, non-filers, that were all prosecuted under the streamline program that would be excluded under this new version of the regulation. And I think that speaks volumes to what we're talking about.
Are you saying that they would have been automatically excluded without discretion, or they likely, the balance of factors probably would have kicked it into the other category?
They would have been automatically excluded from the streamline program because the 24-hour reports were not filed by no later than 7 days prior to the election. Automatic exclusion. So we're not talking about warning letter. We're talking about automatic exclusion from the streamline program. And again, I just want to reiterate, streamline program has penalties to it, and they can be pretty harsh penalties. In fact, the way that the new penalty provisions of the regulations are drafted, and again, Galina can speak to this, some of the things that are kind of smaller penalties now under the current streamline program can ramp up a lot more under the new penalty scheme because some of the penalties are now imposed by violation instead of per report. And so the penalties can actually add up. Some of those cases I just cited, the 5 cases that had 19 reports in them, may have actually resulted in some higher penalties, very likely would have resulted in higher penalties than what you approved in December.
Oh, Madam Chair. I'm a little frustrated here. You made some examples that are carefully carved out here. There are also instances where great public harm is done by these late 24-hour reports not being made timely. And to quote a famous man who once said, "Justice delayed is justice denied." If I don't get that report in a time that I can actually do something to counter it, the money that's flowed in and can be used for resources that I'm sure were evolved or disseminated, then the public and the people who are on the other side of the issue are handicapped. And so while I may have overlooked the fact that you may have a mitigating circumstance that should be taken into consideration, that it was already filed in your last pre-election statement and so on, these are serious damage. Now, what I see here is Clean Money has recognized your arguments and have taken into consideration to make sure that there's mitigation based on the what do you call it, de minimis harm, and also whether or not it's been carried in another report, even though it's not the committee's report, you know, the contributor report. And I think they've gone a long ways towards offering a solution. So I, for one, I'm thinking that what you're proposing is that we just make it okay to be negligent on these 24-hour reports and still be able to not only not get fined under Streamline, but get just a warning letter. And I think that is overboard in the opposite direction. I personally have reviewed these offerings, and I think they're worthy of amending into this. I think you acknowledge that they make your case better, but not better enough. So that's where I am on the issue right now.
Yeah, let me address those comments. I fully agree with you in the scenario that you drew, that if there's a 24-hour report of significance where the public had the right to know something and didn't, they should get penalized. And under the proposed regs, the way they existed before these provisions, Galena and her staff would decide if there's public harm, if the amount that was at issue was a significant amount versus a minimal amount, and those people would not get a warning letter. I'm not even advocating that they would get a warning letter in the scenario you presented. I think then the issue becomes, are they entitled to a streamline penalty or a mainline penalty? And more than likely, given all the factors that you laid out, they're going to get a mainline penalty. But it's also possible that if the amount's, you know, not an extraordinary amount, it's within the amounts that are laid out in the current version of the regulation, which are based on population. If it's a smaller jurisdiction, you know, and it's a contribution of a few $1,000, they're going to be in mainline. If it's a larger jurisdiction and it's a $10,000 contribution, they may be in streamline, but they're going to get penalized. They're going to get fined, and under the penalty provision, they're going to have an enhancement for a larger penalty if they missed it during the 7 days. So it's really not. We're not sitting here trying to get people into warning, you know, people where there's public harm. We're not trying to get people into warning letters or out of the system altogether. We're just talking about using a scale to decide which are the significant violations and which are not. I'd also like to say, and I know Trent will probably come up and have some words. Trent and I did have some conversations this week. We tried to find common ground on some issues. I think, unfortunately, this particular issue still remains a matter of concern. I know he's tried to present some alternative language and even presented some further alternative language this morning. Again, I appreciate those efforts. We want to support this regulation. We supported it in the first go-around, but certain things that are in here make it very difficult to support a regulation that provides this kind of hard and fast rule and doesn't allow for any analysis of the context in which these contributions were made and not reported.
Hi. So, apart from the 24-hour letter issue that we've been talking about, are there other aspects of the Streamline regs that you have problems with?
By and large, I'm I'm in agreement with the general regulation. It's those three provisions that are problematic.
Okay.
I mean, we could have an argument about the population numbers and whether that's the smart way to do it or not.
The perfect is the enemy of the good.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. I will tell you, we put language that we negotiated as a result of the Law and Policy Committee meeting that Commissioner Hatch chaired on Thursday. We put our heads together and negotiated some language. Another exclusion that deals with 24-hour reporting. If you want to look at page 5, I guess it's the next provision after the ones we're talking about. So it's page 5, if I can put my fingers on it. Yeah, 1920. This is something else that was sought by clean money folks. And we put in a provision that provided for an exclusion if the campaign report, essentially if the 24-hour report affects the major top donor disclosure and it isn't done within 5 days of when that disclosure needed to be changed, you're out.
Okay.
And this goes exactly to the issue of public harm, and that's a significant type of 24-hour reporting violation that, you know, we agree to. So the answer to your question is there are plenty of things I could probably quibble about, but overall I think the regulation does what it's intended to do other than these three provisions.
Okay. So if we, because there's always the possibility we could divide the question and move approval on everything except, how would we do that? Anyway, I'm just suggesting that that might be something that could be done today, or we could resolve the 24-hour letter question today too. I don't know this for a fact, but I think what's happening here is there's that's animating this is a particular concern on the part of particular people that 24-hour reports are particularly important.
And they are.
Okay. So anyway, that's all I have to say. I just wanted to make sure that what we were talking about right now is pretty much what you came here to tell us today, and there isn't like a couple of other things that we're going to move to later.
There will be no surprises later, but no, 24-hour reports are very important. Having said that, on the Friday before an election, when people leave their office on Friday, and some pile of 24-hour contributions are sitting there to be reported, and something gets missed, even if it gets fixed on Monday, or maybe it doesn't get fixed until you realize it a month later when you file your post-election semi-annual report and you realize you missed something, you're out. Whether that contribution is $1,000, whether that was one contribution out of 10,000 collected by that campaign, or whether it was a $1,000 contribution to a mayoral candidate in a small city, where it actually might have an impact and might mean something. So you're out regardless of any of those other factors.
And I guess the balance I'm struggling with right now is true, and doesn't that create an excellent incentive for those kinds of mistakes to not be made? And on the other hand, those mistakes are very easily made by new entrants to the system, people who don't have expensive counsel or even cheap counsel, because I'm not going to categorize you as one or the other. So that's what I'm struggling with right now, and I guess that's what I'm struggling with. I'll leave it at that.
So you're struggling with the fact because it looks like, look, we're going easier on them if they're in the main line versus something else, but not being in main line doesn't mean you're not punished. So if punishment is the incentive to comply, they're still being punished. They're still being fined. They're still going to appear now in the agenda materials of the FPC. They're still going to take the reputational punishment that, quite frankly, lots of people worry about. Oh my God, I'm going to be on the FPC agenda. LA Times reads it. So there still will be punishment. There still will be sort of retribution for failing to make that 24-hour report. It's just, what track does it take inside enforcement? So somebody's still going to be writing in that instance, check to the general fund, state of California, they're still going to have to sign something that says the act was violated. They're still going to have to work with enforcement. It's just it's not going in the main line to drag resources away from other potential bigger cases that enforcement could be working on.
And I will just also add, not that my firm ever makes any mistakes, but your example, even the most sophisticated campaigns and the most sophisticated firms that handle this make those mistakes. They're inevitable.
Oh, I know. But it's a matter of incentives, and every firm has only so many lawyers to put on things, and if you see the relative cost of something going up, you might do it differently. And it gets back to just how important are 24-hour reports in the constellation of everything. Yes, they're important, but they're not the only game in town. I mean, this is what I'm struggling with. This is sort of good incentives so that people will be, provoked to do the right thing versus not. Realizing that this stuff is tricky, and 24-hour reports that start 90 days before an election, I think are a little strange, but I didn't write the law. Anyway, it's a balancing thing.
And in that scenario, there's no way, at least the way it's right now, there's no way you'd even qualify for a warning letter, because we already now have it. The considerations for a warning letter include file it 7 days before. So there's no instance in that scenario where you take a warning letter, you're going to pay a penalty of some sort. Again, I think we're down now to the fork in the road, a main line or a streamline, but you're still going to take a check out. You're still going to be incentivized to not do it again, and I think
if I may, Madam Chair, the problem is that you don't offer a solution here. You just want us to leave out the entire 3 provisions, and you're not offering any way to address those instances where, in fact, that negligence did great public harm because there was no other report that would have covered that information. And that frustrates me. And I got to tell you, my patience is wearing a little thin. I've got hundreds of hours into this package over the last several months. And so, my temper's a little short. I would like to, after we hear from Trent, I would like for you folks to get your heads together, just like we did in the committee, and figure out if there's something that you can agree on these 3 subjects. We have more on the agenda to do that can get us on, and then we can come back to you guys at the end of the session to see whether you've resolved it between you. Language that would help us protect in great public harm situations, and not when those situations were where there's not great public harm because it's been included in some other report, and or it's been de minimis in respect to the overall size of the reports. But I would still like to hear from Mr. Lang before we send you guys off, but that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
I think that's an interesting idea, and let's hear from Trent and see if that's something that he is agreeable to consider this morning, and we could potentially go do that. I believe I'm looking at my legal counsel to make sure that that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We can put off a matter.
So we may, in fact, be entertaining a little later in this meeting an amendment to this that both of the people who are here today, or both of the groups that are here today, might find is a spirited but fair compromise. Let's hear from Trent, if we may, briefly, and then maybe the 2 of you guys could magically put your heads together. I actually also have a few other areas that I have some questions about, and then we can go on with other parts of the agenda potentially as well. Thank you, both of you, very, very much.
Thank you. And just before we walk away from the microphone, if that is the direction you're going to go, might I also suggest that Galena, who's like frowning at me right now, be part of that conversation. So I'll let you consider that.
Thank you.
Hello, Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign. Good to be up here again. So first of all, like to really thank the Commission and the Law and Policy Committee and the staff for, we think, doing an excellent job in creating this regulation in the first place and revising it. As the draft that you had last month, we appreciate the general approach on, but had several serious concerns. We think those have mostly been addressed. I'll just briefly touch on the population issue because I know that's come up. One of our concerns with that old draft was the idea of raising the threshold from 25,000 to 50,000 flat, which to us was reasonable for statewide campaigns and maybe things like Senate campaigns, but definitely not reasonable for smaller local campaigns where they may only have $15,000 in their whole campaign. So a $50,000 threshold or even a $25,000 threshold is just too high for them to ever even be in the process. So I think that the solution that's in there is a varying it based off of population from 4,000 to 100,000 is an elegant solution. It may not be 100% intuitive how the numbers came up with, but I don't think that matters because and I would say this on some of the other things when we talk about complexity. I'm hoping that there aren't any committees out there that are going to be deciding whether or not to file their reports on time based on whether or not they can understand this regulation. They should file their reports on time, and then these regulations are meant to provide guidance to staff and to you about whether or not they should be streamlined. And I think that goes to one of the benefits that we see of this streamlining process. Before the streamlining process, before you're working on this regulation, is kind of a black box. What's streamlined and what isn't? The public, I don't think, really knew. And this really, overall as a project, is helping to clarify that. And I think that's one of the best benefits of it. And to put in some hard and fast rules that are just simple, straightforward formulas that the staff can apply without having to make any judgment calls that the public or somebody else might question. How did they make that judgment call? And some of these are difficult, and it has in there a question of intent, for instance. We would all agree that if somebody intended to deceive the public and cause public harm, that they should be punished as much as possible under the Act, but that's really hard to prove. And that's why some of these hard and fast rules are so, I think, so important. On this particular issue, I think what it comes down to a lot is how important of a violation do you think a missing late 24-hour report is? The legislature clearly thought that it was a very important problem. They actually put in statute requirement within 90 days that any contributions or independent expenditures over $1,000 had to be reported within 24 hours. And I would agree with that towards the end of the election, that's a very important thing to do. So in general, I would say there are certain exceptions, and the Kaufman letter elucidated some of these exceptions that we kind of propose in changes. In general, a late 24-hour report that's not reported until after the election or after it's too late for anybody to do is a serious harm to the public, generally speaking. If it's fixed before the end of the election, like fixed before the 7-day period, as in the current draft proposal, or if it's the contribution or expenditure is shown on another report, like a 460 report, okay, then the harm to the public is more minor. It's still there, but much more minor. So that's why I think these current paragraphs are important, and I think relatively carefully crafted on that. And another thing I wanted to address is this question of streamlined penalties. Yes, if anything is streamlined will still get penalties. But the fact of the matter is that, at least right now, streamlined penalties tend to be significantly lower than mainline penalties. You had an item here today, item 5. Okay, so there are many cases where there's significant sorts of penalties. In that case, the proposed mainline penalty, which maybe was a little bit too high in that particular case, was $4,500 for 2 missing reports. under the formulas of the streamlining, the total penalty would have been $400, and maybe that's too much for that case. But under the penalties here, it would only been a $450 penalty. That's a big difference, one way or the other, between the streamlined and mainland. So it's an important distinction. So that's why I think the Kaufman letter raised some important points about certain issues that are problematic. The Friday before the election issue, for instance, I can imagine that. We're mostly a good government group that sponsors things like the Disclose Act, but we also engage in campaigns ourselves sometimes. I can easily imagine a $1,000 contribution coming in the Friday before the election, and maybe taking more than 24 hours to get through. That's why we propose in this compromise language a 40 within that last 7 days, that you kind of have a 48-hour grace period. That as long as you made a mistake, you didn't get it within 24 hours, as long as you get it in 48 hours after that, before the election, then you're safe and you're clear. So it gives you an incentive to fix the errors that you might have inadvertently made. And then another example that they gave, which I also thought was a good one, was the case of a gubernatorial campaign where they're spending over $20 million for the campaign, and a single $1,000. That's probably from somebody who's not of any particular renown. That's probably a de minimis sort of issue. And my understanding is that currently de minimis sorts of violations of under 0.1% are typically given warning letters or not prosecuted the fullest. So that's why we propose, okay, if the missing report, even if it's completely missing, they don't do it to the election, and it's under the 0.1%, that de minimis threshold, so probably a relatively small harm in the context of, say, a $20 million gubernatorial election, to reject that as well. But a $2,000 contribution to a Senate campaign from somebody who they may have been making claims about who their donors are, that could be a serious issue. So that's why we made these proposals.
Too many buttons for me. Thank you very much. Before, are you comfortable, you and
yes.
Steve, perhaps talking together and
absolutely.
Bringing back, if there are some agreeable language changes, yes. Bringing that back to us shortly?
Absolutely, yes.
But before you do that, are there any commissioners who would like to add anything, or in fact make some suggestions that might enhance your thinking?
I just one question of clarification. In their letter, they had 3 issues, and your proposed compromise were on 2 of those 3. Am I correct, or did I miss something?
We were adding the same 48-hour grace period to the warning letter option.
Okay, so it is 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have any added comments? Great. Okay, well, if you two want to do that, that sounds great, and I know you've requested Galina to join you. I'm wondering if you might give Galina a little more time with us first, because we may have 1 or 2 other areas of this document. I know I have at least one, where there may be some questions where Galina's expertise may be required by the rest of us. It shouldn't take more, well, who knows how long it will take, but hopefully it won't take much longer for us to complete this so that you can move forward.
Right.
Thank you very much. Do any other commissioners have any other issues on any other parts of wherever the heck of 18360.1 and .2?
Madam Chair, first I want to extend, for my part, my deep appreciation to Commissioner Hatch for the work that he's put into this, particularly as I gather over the last week, but for a period of time now, and I'm just I just want to express I thought we had I thought in December we were essentially there, and it's of some concern, notwithstanding, but also partly because of the yeoman's work that Commissioner Hatch has been pressed into to respond to more recent developments. to a process that I thought had started like last July with the stakeholder group, and I'm just wondering if perhaps this shouldn't go to the stakeholder group, because they had an opportunity to see everything else, and then, you know, in the last week, everything is given to one commissioner saying, hey, you know, broker this. And I mean, a couple of guys from the stakeholder group are here, but there are other people within that group, including people who actually file reports. So in the event that they're not able to come back and with something that makes sense to them, which presumably would still need to make sense to us, why wouldn't it go back to that full
yes.
to that full group? And again, it's not to in any way devalue the yeoman's work that Brian has had to do in this last week, but it sounds like he was put into that position, and I'm not sure that's fair. Aside from the fact I don't think it's fair to a commissioner, I don't think it's fair to the process. And there are people in that stakeholder group, including regular filers, who thought that they had seen everything that was going to come before us and had an opinion to at least stay mute. But now their muteness is enforced on them without their knowledge, and that's concerning to me. The Streamline group, the task force. I'm sorry, the task force.
If I could, the task force, in the form of the chair, and indeed the chair of that subcommittee within the task force, has been given the platform at both the December and the January, which would be last Thursday, committee hearings, where we allowed them or invited them to testify and articulate all of what concerns they have. And by the way, several of the changes, some big changes that were made since the December meeting, were at their request. Now, they're not the ones that we're quibbling over here, but nonetheless, they're beneficiaries of this. And there are also a whole host of tiny tweaks that, you know, were just drafting errors that were corrected and things like that. So I'm concerned to go all the way back, you know, to a month-old draft, when that's probably eliminating about 3 or 4 drafts. But more to the point on this, they only raised one issue that they cared about, and this language that's in the current draft was already discussed at that meeting. But the one they picked on and were acting very stiff about, I sent them out with with Trent to work out something, and they did, and they came back with language at the end that they both agreed on, and it got incorporated into what you have in front of you. Now, after all that's done, up pops the devil. They got 3 things they don't like. Well, why weren't they talking about it, you know, Thursday? Well, I don't know. But my point is, they should be working it out. They're, from the offer that was just made this morning, you know, by the Clean Money campaign, it's within millimeters of what they would like, I think. But the problem is that they could go back and forth on this for a week, and they just need a little pressure to get that taken care of. And I don't want to take the pressure off, just as I didn't in the committee, so that gets things done. Some folks would rather these things never get done. You have to remember that.
I have a couple of questions, if I might. My first question is for you, Galina, and that is, I'm wondering, assuming this passes and it's in a similar form or in this precise form, because it does impact the Streamline, what goes into Streamline and what goes into Mainline, particularly, I guess, in terms of some of the smaller cities or entities that potentially would no longer be part of Streamline, I assume, because of the either the 24-hour thing or something. I'm wondering what is the impact actually on your team, the work before you, backlogs, et cetera, et cetera? Can this work, I guess, is the simple question.
Well, I think that there's things that will be excluded that wouldn't have been excluded before, and then there's going to be things that are included that weren't included before. Obviously, we're expanding the violations that are included, and we're expanding it to where the larger committees can have a higher amount of activity. So that would be the things that would be included. The things that would be excluded would be, I'll give you an example from this agenda. If you look at number 11 on your agenda, I anticipated this kind of question. So what we did is we went through the current agenda to see what would be in and what would be out, and that's where I got the number earlier. About 7 would be unknown because they were water districts or school boards. Right. So that would take getting the information from the school boards or the water districts. But number 7 is a pre-election effort to where we reached out and contacted this candidate before the election, and he was running for Corona City Council, and so his contributions and expenditures were $20,000 and $22,000, and under this, the city of Corona is limited to $11,700. So there would be exclusions and inclusions, and some people would say that's a good thing, and some people would say that's a bad thing. But in Mr. What's his name? Mr. Speak's case, he filed the pre-election before the election because he was part of the pre-election efforts. So that would be normally a streamline for us, but under the population amount, he would be mainline now. So just to give you examples of...
Yeah, I'm just trying to be sure that what we are creating is workable and makes sense from an administrative and enforcement perspective, as well as from our sense of right and wrong, and how the best way to maintain a workflow that is timely, so that we're not creating problems at the same time as we're trying to solve them. Of course, if we do find some new problems, we can create some more regulations that may resolve them. I have another question. I don't know who I'm directing this to, but a question for the commission to ponder that I'm concerned about, and that is on page 1 of the 18360.2, the penalties. And I don't know whether we're including that in this part of the conversation, but I think we are.
Yeah.
And as I read the first paragraph, I'm a little unclear about how that actually would work. It seems to me that we have the chief enforcement officer working with her team, the stipulations, and then approving them, and then she reports them to us, period, and includes the stipulation at the next commission agenda as part of an executive staff report, and at the close of that hearing, they are executed or at her discretion in this case. What I'm wondering about is a little more clarity on the transparency here, and whether or not this puts a overwhelming responsibility on the chief enforcement officer, who in some ways, as I read this, and I may not be interpreting it correctly, but I'm concerned about being looked upon as judge, jury, and appeals court for what little bit of legal information I understand, and whether that makes sense, or whether there ought to be a little more another layer of looking at these before there's any finality. And anybody could speak to that. I just, as I read it, and I know this came up at the last meeting, and I'm not sure that this language addresses that.
It actually specifically addressed your concerns before, and we did a couple of different alternative approaches to this. And I was reminded by good government groups that it's important for the public to have a chance to give input. So while the task force had originally raised the issue of we should eliminate the provisions we have now where they go on a consent calendar and get picked at and approved or not approved, that it would be done directly by staff. The chief of enforcement is the final approval process internally. I think they have 3 levels of approval from one lawyer who develops the stipulation, goes up to a next level, and then ultimately comes up to her. So I think when you consider that there's nothing in our regulations or the statute that requires the executive director to be a lawyer, it seemed, sort of not really sensible to say the chief of enforcement, who is a lawyer, that all those judgments and reviews would then should be submitted to a non-lawyer to review and decide whether it's okay. So we abandoned that and came up with the concept of chief enforcement's recommendations usually go directly to us. And so all we've done here now is taken what is currently on our consent calendar and moving it over into the executive reports under the chief of enforcement's part of that executive reports, to allow the public to raise issues with any one of the proposed stipulations, streamlined stipulations, and have discussion about that, the commissioners, if they want to discuss it. And then what we've done, because these are contracts, these are proposed contracts, not yet executed, the concern is that, if you go ahead and sign them, then it's done. Okay, so by saying that the the chief of enforcement puts them on the agenda in the report, we have an opportunity to let the public look at them for 10 days and decide whether they want to raise issues with them. Or us, or both. And then historically, I know that the chief enforcement, if she was hearing that they may have missed something, that I'm sure in her good conscience that she'd simply not execute that one and instead do further investigation and bring it back to us. And I also asked for her, not like she hasn't had anything to do, if she would do a 2-year look back as to how we've been doing, what have we been doing with these things, because they take up most of the consent calendar. There are these streamlines. Well, in fact, in no case in the last 2 years have any of the commissioners or the public picked on a streamlined settlement proposal. So we're kind of on the right track here. All we're doing is moving it from one place to the other, giving public an opportunity.
I think we are on the right track. I would just want to be sure that all the passengers are on board.
And I would certainly,
for one of us,
I would defer to Galina to comment on that as well.
Which is exactly what I would like to. And now my mic is on, and hopefully the people at this table heard most of that, and for those of you who did not, I apologize. What I would like to do is hear from our legal counsel and from our enforcement director as to whether this puts too much on one person's plate, has the kinds of checks and balances that make sense, and I do appreciate the fact that you have, that this is expanded so that there is time for the public and the commissioners in that 10-day interim period to take a look in case we have any questions. That is a very positive addition from what we talked, and I think values what we talked about at our last meeting. So Dave or Galina, do you have comments?
I'll start. This is Dave Bainbridge, General Counsel again. I just would point out that as this is drafted, this is delegating the authority to the Chief of Enforcement to make the determination. It's going on the executive staff report, which, as you all remember, is not something that you take action on. It's just reporting to you what happened. So it would not be an action item. The commissioners could ask questions about them, but they couldn't take any action on what these stipulations are at that point. So that would be a change from the way it currently is, but it would allow time for the public to address the stipulations that are being presented.
Let me understand that, because that's a nuance which I admit I did not appreciate. So we get to look at them, but if we have questions about them, or we want more information, or we disagree, that's too bad?
You can articulate that. You can have expressions of your opinion, but it's not taken to a vote. And that allows the Chief of Enforcement to evaluate in her good judgment whether or not she should react to that in a manner that would make us happier. So if she hears that 2 or 3 of the commissioners have serious concerns, either on their own or after hearing something raised by members of the public, then within her discretion, as it's laid out here, she could either sign it or not sign it, in which case she would then go back, do some more digging, and then decide whether or not to renegotiate that agreement and bring it back to us.
I in awe of Galena and the work she does, but someday we might not have Galena in this particular post, and I worry that we might be creating a one-person almost dictatorship, respectfully, if it is the case that we can only ask questions and hope. We, the commissioners, may only ask questions and then hope whoever is the Chief of Enforcement might listen and say and if it's a genuine question, make a change, and if it's not a genuine question, not make a change, but maybe not make a change even if it's a genuine question, because he feels stronger about this particular disposition and wants it to remain as is, despite the fact that we as commissioners may disagree. That worries me. I wonder if there might be some language or some other layer or something or other, and I have not. I've obviously that was to make very clear that it would not be Galena, it could be a she who makes a mistake, but
well,
probably not as much. But anyway,
let me offer you an assurance, and that's simply that we adopt this regulation. The first time we hit a bump like this, where 2 or 3 of us are all up in arms over some streamlined stipulation proposal, we'll probably have another reg proposal up to tweak that, the process. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that these are well suited for the process, and I think you're going to find that it's a problem without it, or it's an issue that needs no solution. So I just beg you to give it a try, drive it around the block a few times, see how you like it, and then decide whether we should do part 2 to this regulation.
What if it's on its face a lemon, and you don't even need to take it out for a spin? I mean, I appreciate, Madam Chair, the opportunity to finally come to understand a difference within a distinction that I wasn't in tune with before, and that is, I mean, are we talking about taking away some discretion from the head of enforcement, while at the same time we're giving the head of enforcement a level of discretion that previously was vested in this body? Why would we do either, and why would we do it at the same time?
I beg you,
right?
I don't get your point.
We're taking away the discretion, if we were to do what's being asked of us here by the combination of, well, I guess the result of Mr. Lang's input from based on what's happened in the last 8 days. We're talking about taking away discretion from the head of enforcement in the area of determining whether something may yet be not harmful to the public, even though it ran afoul of proposed section, whatever it is here, the first thing that Mr. Kaufman was referring to, or the second, or the third. But at the same time, when it comes to offloading all of these streamlined and putting them into an executive report that precludes this commission's action, it just doesn't make sense to me what the balance is here. Galina, how does this make sense to you?
Am I being tricked?
Probably. I'm wondering now if we all are.
No.
We're taking away some. I'm going to personalize it since it's already been done. So we would take away some of your discretion to determine whether or not something was truly so inherently, as the term that Mr. Lang uses, inherently harmful, right? But at the same time, on the other hand, we're giving you all of this authority to approve something and simply notice us so that we can have the opportunity to cry foul.
Well, I think the point of the regulation change, in essence, is the biggest complaint of the CPAA members over the years is the, or as Trent Lane called it, the black box. Streamline has never been a black box in my opinion, because obviously we put it all together in May of 2015 and listed out the factors. However, it wasn't the inclusive list that it is being proposed now. So anytime that you make a list completely inclusive and try to consider everything, it does limit when you do automatic exclusions versus factors. I always have leaned towards factors just because I can't think of every scenario. And so you just never seem to be able to anticipate every scenario that comes up in campaigns or SCIs, for instance. So having factors and having streamline in a regulation that everybody can see, even if it does tie my hands a little, is a good thing. Whether I agree with every component and every limitation, that's never going to agree with everything. But and then on the flip side, to add discretion or power, or I mean, I was happy the chair didn't say executioner when she was reciting what my powers would be. But I still don't have the power to remove anybody from office. But girl can wish.
It's in a footnote, probably.
No, that's my amendment I'm proposing. No. So for point 2, it really just depends. I mean, because if you feel comfortable with the factors as they are done, I think that the only legal question is how the delegation goes through, but that's a Dave Bainbridge problem and not a Galena West problem, versus coming out of the statute of what the charging is and the commission having the power to impose fines. So I think it's interesting. I think that LA City Ethics does it. I wasn't asking for an additional duty or power, but I think the good thing that's coming out of this discussion and these regulations is getting clear direction from the commission on what you find important or serious, or what is the violations that you say. Because I have these conversations constantly with members of the public that it's like, why are you charging that 24-hour report? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I was like, well, don't you remember back at the May meeting in 2018, there was a statement made by Commissioner Hatch where he said, well, this 24-hour reports are the most important thing to me. And he got 2 other commissioners to say, yes, we agree with that. And that was commission direction that I took and I followed. So having it in one place and getting these ideas out there in one place is a great thing, which is why I proposed it like 100 years ago, however long we've been working on this. And and then trying to make everything work, that's always the trouble. Devil's in the details.
Just to follow up, what aspect is it that you were referring to that the LA City Ethics Commission does?
The same approval process where their executive director, they have I believe they call them proactive audits. I don't want to misspeak for LA City Ethics, but they have this program where they identify violations and then they contact campaigns and said, we find these 3 violations, give us $3,000 and we'll close the audit up and be done. And that, I don't believe those are even presented to their commission, but they are on their website.
Just on that note, curiosity, and then I have some other questions. How about other commissions? How do they do it?
Well, I didn't research everyone because this wasn't my proposal, but from what I understand, most of the other jurisdictions have some sort of warning letter process that doesn't go before their commission, but I believe, and maybe Stephen Kaufman or Joe Guadarrama or Brian Hildreth or someone that's more familiar with the other jurisdictions, I believe the rest of them go through their commission.
Thank you. Dave, did you have any comments further on this? I know that I'm still a little uncomfortable with the which as it currently stands.
I would just clarify on the issue of delegation. The statute allows the commission to delegate any authority they have to act between meetings to the chair or the executive director. Now we have a regulation that says the executive director may delegate their duties to any of the other staff. So we would basically be short-circuiting that by going right to the chief of enforcement. I think it's probably a distinction without a difference because it can be delegated through, but for what that's worth, probably the 2 attorneys sitting up here are seeing what I'm saying, which is technically the statute says through the executive director, but if it can be done that way, I don't see any reason you couldn't go directly to the chief of enforcement. If you wanted to be conservative, you could make the ultimate delegation to the executive director with review by the chief of enforcement, just as another option and just to give you the full picture.
To the legal director, so that there's several sets of eyes on this, just tossing that out, or and how do you address that the commission can look at it, but so what? Well, this does not, I don't believe, in fairness, Brian, this looks at some of this, and I appreciate that, but I'm not sure it quite resolves my concern.
So the first question is delegating it to the general counsel?
Well, I just feel that it puts, as it's written, the enforcement director down the road, whomever she or he may be, has a tremendous and almost singular responsibility for all of this. And I'm not sure that that is the balance of power, for want of another way of phrasing it, or fair to that person either, in a real world.
Sure, and this is something Commissioner Hatch and I had discussed. The original version did have a delegation to the general counsel, and I said, why don't we make that the executive director? Not because I don't want to review them. There's some issues with then excluding the general counsel from being able to advise the commission. If a case came up, say, as a streamlined stipulation, for whatever reason didn't get approved, then I would be excluded from advising the commission on that. Also, there's a structural issue with the way the agency is, which is the 2 of us have equal positions. We don't have any authority over each other. So it made more sense to me that the executive director, who is above both of us, would be the ultimate decision maker, which was my reason for originally saying, why don't we make this the executive director? And Commissioner Hatch suggested, well, maybe it doesn't even need a second level of review.
And I appreciate that the executive director may or may not be a lawyer. However, I think that the executive director potentially, and any good executive director would, be discussing these matters with the enforcement director, the legal counsel, and others if an issue came up that was problematic, that was noticed by either commissioners or by the public in the 10 days, particularly if it stands as it does now, where we could whine, but we couldn't do anything about it.
If I could just provide you a little bit of context, maybe that sometimes you get down on the details and you forget about which hole you're in. The streamlined settlements, like the mainline settlements, are proposed agreements between the offender or person accused of an offense or one or more offenses, and enforcement or the commission. They've been worked out. They've been agreed to in writing by the defendant, and the defendant has already submitted in cash or currency the proposed fine. So it's not like we're pulling the rug out of the defendant. They've already agreed to this before it ever comes to us. What this is giving is the opportunity, as structured, for the public who might think that they have some information that Galena didn't have that ought to be considered, or some member of the commission who has some other point to make that they think is valid and should be considered. And this provides for that. But to, just like in the mainline settlements, to unwind this, it's not just simply a case of, well, we just tweak it here and there. It has to be rejected in its entirety. They have to go back to the table and maybe even take it to an administrative law judge or have a hearing before the entire commission for a day or so while we go over what ought to be the solution. You have to trust a little bit in the process. And I'm just saying that this process will work. We've not overturned or even voted on whether to overturn a single of the streamlined settlements in the past 2 years, which is the entire period that this program has been up with a disclosed document. I just don't, I hear your point, but I think it's a concern over a problem that really doesn't exist, and I don't want to, you know, insult you, but I think...
No, you're not insulting me. I am the new kid on the block, or the new-ish kid on the block now. That doesn't mean that my concerns are, and I appreciate you, I do not consider in any way that you are, shall we say, patronizing me or in any way diminishing me, and I don't feel that way. I am just concerned that we are adding a whole bunch of new potential streamline possibilities that may or may not all work great. We hope they do, and I know that an incredible amount of work has gone into it, for which I think we all thank everyone who's participated in that, and particularly you, Brian, as chair of the committee. But that we are now also saying that whether they work or not, and we hope they do, we are changing the process by which we have an opportunity to approve them or not, and in the way we're changing it is we don't. And I'm just not sure, as chair and the new kid on the block, without maybe appreciating all of the nuances here. I didn't initially, the first reading, and I'm not sure all my fellow commissioners did as well, but perhaps they are wiser than I, that maybe we need to either hold this back for a while and see how it works, or change it in some way, or continue the process as we currently have it while we see if the new streamlined procedures work and how they're fleshing out, and then decide if we want to just leave this up to the I don't mean just leave this up to the chief enforcement officer. I'm not quite sure why we need to do this at the same time as we're doing that. That may be one way. Think about this, to resolve this. And I'd be very interested in what my fellow commissioners think, because I am a little newer to this, but I'm not incredibly new to politics. Yes.
So the streamline reg, just to review, is to put into black and white a policy that was previously an underground reg in a memo about how we put cases into a streamlined process and the criteria by which we would do that. I'm not sure why streamlined cases are part of our consent calendar, because the criteria are what they are. I mean, the whole idea behind the streamlined process is you've got a body of cases that don't really require a lot of discretion. And so we have the standards for how we're going to find those, and it's kind of like administrative fines at the FEC level, which, by the way, don't go to the commission. So I was always a little curious why we had the basic cookie cutter stuff in an agenda as though we were going to reapply the standards of the cookie cutter as commissioners. That's kind of not the point, right? So it doesn't bother me that much that the chief of enforcement has some way of stamping the cookie cutter. That's a really mixed metaphor, and I'm sorry about that. Because the whole idea was to push this material into a line of enforcement that is quicker, that is very clear, that is fair in the sense that everyone's been treated the same, maybe less fair because we're not doing all the facts and circumstances stuff, but the facts and circumstances stuff is where the time comes from and where the ability, the inability to agree on things and the discretion stuff comes from. It doesn't seem like if you're imposing the streamlined standards the way they're written, there's much discretion at all. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is I felt like this was sort of staff level, implementation of standards that didn't really need me to read it each month. But I do like the idea of having some sort of list that's in the executive report so that, A, the public knows that it's out there. People with information that, we didn't get because there's some sort of crazy fraud thing that we didn't know about can see it. And then I'm not sure I'm quite at ease with the general counsel's characterization that because it's in an executive report, it's not an action item. Anything we see in an executive report, we can put on an agenda. So it's not as though we don't have any power at all. We just don't have the ability that day to change the world. So I'm pretty much at peace with this, and I'm actually pretty much at peace with the 24-hour thing. I think there's enough good in this, and some things that I think are really truly great, and it's so much better than where we are right now, that I'm willing to, entertain what you might call cleanup legislation if it turns out that there's an unintended consequence because one piece of something didn't match with some other piece. Because I think we're at that level. I think otherwise it's pretty clean and pretty good. And like I say, I don't mind senior staff stamping the cookie cutter.
Let me understand, Allison, and thank you for that. If it's in a report, and then you suggest we would have the opportunity to agendize an item that was in a report, would it not already be after the fact that it had been, the fines had been levied, they had been put in the general fund? How do we fix that?
That's the thing about the initial clause of 360.2 that I think is interesting, is they're all ready to be executed, but they get put in the report first. And then afterwards, they're executed. If I understand how this mechanism is supposed to work. All right. So say something shows up and I have, through no fault of my own being a commissioner, some crazy piece of information that blows the lid off of what was otherwise an incredibly innocuous case. I can't imagine the facts that fit that, but I'm just going to say that. And I say, oh my God, this is crazy. Maybe Galena won't execute that one. Or if she does, then I've got an agenda item the next month that's a policy question about why it is that certain thing went awry. And it's not, this is, we meet and talk to each other all the time because we have to do this to do our jobs, right? I think, anyway, I'm not concerned that I lack the power to change something that's truly wrong that comes up in the streamlined settlement. I think I do have that power. The power of either persuading Galena that we need a second look, or the power of not being able to persuade Galena and then putting something on the agenda and persuading all of you guys.
When you say put something on the agenda, and this is where I'm confused, genuinely, are we talking about the very same meeting where it comes up?
No, it has to go on the next agenda.
Well, that's what I thought, and that's why I am perplexed, because once it's been a part of the report, it can go on down the road before we get to the next meeting and say, oops, and I'm worried about oops. In other words, we can't get the money back, or we can't change the money, or we can't...
that would only be the scenario where she's executed the agreement.
Right. And she would have the power to execute the agreement, not Galena, but a future enforcement person who might not listen to one of us, or all of us, or any of us. I'd like to stop a problem before it happens, and I'm wondering if there is a way to write this so that if there are serious issues being raised, that we have that either we or some public information enables us to do that.
And see, I guess the problem I'm having with this discussion is, in the history of our Streamline program, as imperfect as it is, we've never had that.
But we are enhancing it and adding to it, and I'm just not quite sure if that is going to have an impact. And before we know whether or not that has an impact, it seems to me anyway, and my new girl on the block, that maybe we oughtn't to change everything before we know how, no, I shouldn't say everything, change the next steps before we know whether or not we have measured this in a way that makes sense and have enough opportunities to put brakes on should we need to.
And I guess I'm perplexed because I don't really see that just because it's in our enforcement calendar that there's a break that is more breaky than this. Because these have all been agreed to. This at least says that you've got that breathing room.
Maybe I don't understand what we've been doing for the last 6 months, but in our enforcement calendar that I get each month, if I wanted to pull one of these things out and have a further discussion on them, whether they were Streamline or Mainline, I would have that opportunity to do that at the meeting, and we can decide whether that fine is fair. And sometimes, particularly in my earliest meetings, I asked about certain fines because I didn't understand some. To me, some seemed larger than others, and why.
Okay, see,
and we could do it then at the meeting, not at down the road, maybe if it was agreed upon. And that's where I'm troubled.
Madam Chair, Allison has raised an issue I hadn't really thought about, and it's certainly within, as this is written, is not restricted upon, and that is the discretion that is in this to finally sign these documents isn't until after the close of the entire meeting. So if in the tail end of our agenda, if Allison wanted to say item number 5 in the executive officer's report relative to streamlines, I have some concerns about, and here's what they are, blah, 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 and I move that we further hear this item at the next agenda. Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm the chief of enforcement and she makes that motion and it passes, that we're going to discuss this more at the next meeting, I'm sure not going to sign that document. And I don't think you would. I don't think there's anybody in this room who would sign the document.
I think we're on the way to it. Why don't we just enhance that a little bit and say if there is a serious, rather, can we pull that one from the rest of the...
She has the discretion. That's why one of the many changes we made...
I would like the commissioners to also be a part of that discretion. I think that's where I'm going.
But that's the whole streamlining, is to move that stuff away.
But if there's just, without getting argumentative up here, and I don't know that this is a good way to resolve this, and I apologize for interrupting. What I'm trying to say is we're making some big changes. We don't know exactly what the impact is going to be. Heretofore, on things that there was little impact, we had the opportunity, should we choose to, should we feel the need to ask some questions and maybe pull something. I am not uncomfortable with the idea of trying to streamline more of this that way and having the enforcement director have the power to push things through, but I am uncomfortable with none of the commissioners being able to say in a more strong way than just, gee, Madam Enforcement Director, would you take another look? And I don't mean that in a diminishing way. I just mean that that's the fact of what we're doing. I think perhaps should a commission, we need some stronger language or some more flexible language that allows, should commissioners have questions at that particular streamline case, particularly as we have these new ones, be given further reconsideration, period, so it doesn't go down the block.
This is going to be my last point. You know, honestly, I don't really care if our new streamlines showing up in our binder. I just think it's not a good use of resources. But if you feel a lot more comfortable with the situation that we have right now, I'm not seeing the big difference, but you are, and I could be wrong.
Any other comments, Frank?
I might as well just take the opportunity to anger everybody, because I think what I'm about to say is going to probably disassociate myself from it. Because there are so many competing cross currents that I'm not comfortable taking a position that it occurs to me that the position that I'm taking will probably satisfy nobody but at the most me. I am not prepared today to vote for anything that is going to have the effect of moving streamlined adjudications from where they are now in our agenda to an executive report today. I am not today prepared to support the three changes that I understand were added at last Thursday's committee meeting, which when I say changes, I mean relative to the December draft. And I believe that if the three changes from Mr. Lang are approved, no, if they're not approved today by virtue of a deadlock or just straight up not approved, that the streamlining task force, not just the chair and the co-chair or vice chair, that the streamlining task force, more particularly those who are regular filers, particularly smaller filers perhaps, have an opportunity to see this relatively last-minute innovation to something that's been in the works for about 7 months now.
Madam Chair.
Brian.
I noticed that the folks we sent out of the room have all come back have been here for some time. Perhaps they may be able to shed some light at least on one of Mr. Cardenas's concerns.
That sounds good, although I appreciate the fact that you had hoped that Galina would join you, and I have been selfish in wanting her to participate in how we adjudicate after the fact. But were you able to meet and consider some different things?
I'm sorry to disappoint, Madam Chair. It's we stepped out of the room, Stephen Kaufman. We stepped out of the room and then heard you guys were still talking about this regulation, so we popped back in. We barely had a chance to even start our conversation. So the answer to your question is no, we haven't resolved it. We didn't want to miss the rest of the conversation about the regulation. So we're happy to continue to try and have a conversation, but that's where we're at.
Okay, so we are at an option now. I'm sorry, Rand, did you want to?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
I would invite you all back out of the room, and I would ask the chair to move on to the next agenda item and so on and so forth, and we'll come back and have whatever discussion we want. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say perhaps we get lucky, and it's an issue that you've talked about a lot, so perhaps there's some common ground. And we will continue with our agenda, and we also have a closed session that might allow you to use some of that time as well, and that may in fact be ample for when you come back on those issues, and we may decide how to handle two in a different way, and that's all subject to what happens in the next couple of hours. So thank you for that suggestion, Brian, as well, noble minds. We're up to item 30, the budget update. And Larissa?
Yes, I have 2 items I'm presenting. The first item is the quarterly expenditure report of the second quarter of 2018-19. We updated the expenditure report per Commissioner Hatch request. We added 2 lines of the line item, which is the San Bernardino contract as well as the Sacramento contract. Although we don't have any expenditure costs done quite yet for City of Sacramento, just because it's a brand new contract for the year, and we're still working out the costs right now. So I will be updating that next quarter for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, because I was wondering why we didn't, that was 0, and it kind of confused me. So thank you.
Yes, because we just started the contract on March 1st of 2018. So, and then the first meeting we had with them, I believe, was in July kickoff, and then I met with them and then shared our audit plan with them. I think right after the November election. So there hasn't been that much that was done. And I've been keeping contact with City of Sacramento. I've been working on all the stuff, and the website is up for them, and we're developing a lot of PowerPoint and training. So I'm still working out the cost layout for that.
Okay, so we actually haven't been providing the services for them until what, after the election, did you say?
We have provided the service. The service is like when you have a brand new contract, the first thing we do is design the website, a web page for them. So we've done all that, but we just haven't started the audit process with them because they haven't had any audit so far for the year, and we already developed another plan for the upcoming year for them.
Okay, thank you.
I think that, any other questions? Allison?
I see we have 82.5 FTEs. How many of those are filled?
Out of 82.5, I think currently recruiting 5 of the 82.5, and other than that, there's only 2 other vacancies that should be coming up that we have not advertised yet.
Okay.
Brian?
I apologize. I did have a note here to myself, which I hadn't read before I started opening my mouth. In the budget for 2019-20, used to saying that, there was a number of $741,000. This is in the contract area, but the note said you're expecting to collect only $130,000. Do you explain that sort of anomalous relationship?
The $741,000 is an authority that we received back at 2008. It's just an authority for us to have an ability to contract with other local jurisdictions to do their auditing. So therefore, we have that authority, but because currently we only have 2 contracts and 2 local jurisdictions that we do that for, so that's why we only have up to, and with that, it's only $100,000. The other $30,000 comes in from like the Form 700 electronic filings that we charge a fee to the entities of $1,000 application. Such of those costs will ramp us up to $130,000 of expected receivable.
So the $741,000 is sort of an estimate of what you might, if you had some other contracts.
The $741 is to give us authority from Department of Finance to collect if we decided to go up to that high. Now, if we exceeded that high of maybe there's like 50 other local jurisdictions that want to contract with us, which I think Galina's not too happy, wouldn't be happy about that. But if we do and we exceeded that authority, then we would have to go back to Department of Finance to ask for additional authority to contract with other local jurisdictions.
Right, but this opens the door for some level of additional contracts.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions on the budget report, I think we can move to the next item, which is item 31. This regards the letter to the legislature concerning the use of public money for campaigns. It was an issue that came up in our discussions last month in conjunction with the BART public money issue that was very vexing to all of us, I believe. And Commissioner Hatch rightly suggested that this needed to be addressed by the legislature as well. We, as you may recall, had asked the district attorneys and the attorney general to look into punishments and concerns in that immediate case, but the larger issue needed to be addressed through the state legislature, and had requested that we have a letter to the legislature to do just that. So I guess the next step would be to have, is it you, Dave, who's going to talk about this, or Brian?
Well, actually, this was my item I requested.
Right.
Yeah.
I said that.
In caution by our general counsel that I not take it up immediately last month because I might be violating the rules. So I just want to make a few remarks in that regard and then make a motion. But before I do that, if you need to hear from Dave, go ahead and do that now.
I wasn't sure whether people wanted to walk through the staff manual before any motion came to the floor, but I'm comfortable with whatever, however we'd like to proceed.
I won't take much time. I just drafted this memo to give you the basics of the law, so you had that and some citations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I've included Phil on it, since if the decision is to seek legislation, you may have questions from him about what that would look like or how we would go about that, and Larissa, because I would assume she'd be the one signing any letter that we decide to send out.
Thank you, Dave. Brian?
Okay, I just wanted to indicate that public perception seems to be that we have the authority to enforce this issue. That creates an expectation, erroneously as it may be, that we should be doing something about it. And then that leads to public disappointment in us for not executing that authority that we don't have, which then leads to frustration and anger. And so I want to end that so that the public has an expectation that's realistic. And one of the ways of doing that is to ask the legislature to step in and do something about this. And my proposal, in the form of a motion here, is that this body send a letter to the pro tem of the Senate with copy to all the senators, and a letter to the Speaker of the Assembly with copies to all of the Assembly members, asking them to entertain an amendment to the the PRA to make it to make it against the law, our PRA, to spend public money on campaign activity. Just that simple. So we're not asking the legislature to delete any other laws or modify any of the other laws, but just simply to add to that toolkit the commission to enforce a PRA provision that would allow us to take civil enforcement actions against those who would do that.
I second it.
So are we going to put together some language and shop it, or are we going to do a regular letter and then let somebody else pick up the procedurally what's next?
It was not my intent to make it a part of a legislative program. I'm basically clearly putting it in their court. If they have an interest in doing that, then they can do it. We certainly would be happy to facilitate or provide information and even language if they asked for it, but I consider this as their issue, and I guess what I'm saying, I'm sort of neutral on who's the quarterback on this, but I think it should be addressed one way or another. They should make a conscious decision not to give this authority and then make it very public, or they should do something about it and give us that authority.
Other comments?
Question. The staff report suggests that there's a concerned that state and local prosecutors who are authorized under current law to bring civil and criminal actions against public officials for using public resources for campaign activities were not adequately enforcing the law. From whence does that concern arise? Where has that concern been evidenced?
It was expressed at the last commission meeting, if I'm not misstating what Commissioner Hatch had said.
Right. The law actually is doesn't delegate to the local district attorney as well as the attorney general. It actually allows any district attorney in the state to bring an action to enforce the public the public expenditure of public funds for campaign purposes. So, it's an extreme example. Alpine County District Attorney could sue the city of Los Angeles for enforcement of violations of spending public funds on campaign purposes. But and I think that's an interesting idea, but it's been around for a while and it hasn't really produced much in the way of results. So Orange County could prosecute LA County and so on and so forth. And it may be laughable, but in fact, to expect the local district attorney in Los Angeles County to prosecute the Board of Supervisors or the LA City Council is also laughable. So that's why that provision was written by the legislature the way it was. But even then, no actions are being brought. So he was picking up what I had said, and I think it's self-evident.
And real quick, just a slight correction. It's any county with a population of over 750,000.
Yeah.
So maybe Alpine County, I think they're probably less than that.
They're
but
just slightly under, yeah.
Yeah, a larger county could bring it in against any other jurisdiction within the state.
I think this issue obviously relates to the frustration that we all felt as we heard the what had transpired during the campaign where Bart used text messaging and other kinds of stuff, for want of a more articulate word, to which was public monies, and our hands were kind of tied as to what we could do besides levy a fine that virtually meant from one bit of money that BART had, they could pay off their fine to another entity, and there was really no real penalty for misusing public funds. And we felt that we struggled to find an adequate recourse where we could send a very clear message that the misuse of public funds for campaign purposes was not to be tolerated and would not be tolerated by this body. However, we don't really have the mechanism or the muscle to do much beyond say that over and over and over again, and we were looking for a way to say that, which we did through one means directly last month, which was the letter to the Attorney General and the district attorneys of the BART area, but we also felt, and Commissioner Hatch, working with our legal department, wanted to, and I think most of us agreed that it made sense to move forward with discussing this and asking the legislature for further action. But because that was not an agenda item, and we have those constraints as well on how we do business, it was determined that it would be put on the agenda for this meeting, and thus it's come back to us. But I think there was, in fairness, a clear sense that we needed to have another option to drive home that public monies may not ever be misspent, and that there needs to be a stronger message that this entity has to make that very clear.
I'd like to align myself with that sentiment, and I also want to express again, more than a little bit of outrage over the whole BART situation. And I might very well want to see this commission as a member, former member of it, to have this kind of investigative and prosecutorial power. And I understand the argument. Not only do I understand it, I probably agree with it. That to expect a prosecutor in a particular jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute other high-ranking executives, the DA of a particular county vis-a-vis the supervisors of same county, to expect, the argument goes, to expect that individual, the DA, would go ahead and investigate it and prosecute, as I forgot the word that was used, as suspect or unrealistic. I'm prepared to agree with that too. My question is, in this public document, to this commission, from the acting executive general, the general counsel, and the director of legislation and external affairs, just taking this public document on its face, at its face, there is the representation, quote, "This came about as a result of concern that state and local prosecutors who are authorized in the current law to bring civil and criminal actions against public officials for using public resources for campaign activities were not adequately enforcing the law," end quote. And I'm just asking, because I anticipate being asked, from whence is this concern coming? Where has it been evidenced? I mean, it's this, whoever wrote this board report, there is some indicia, there's some market index, there's some data point in the universe that occasioned that person to use this language and to make this representation in this public document. And I just want to know, where was it? I'm prepared to align myself with it completely, but who, when, where?
As the drafter of the document, I was referring to comments made by Commissioner Hatch and Commissioner Germond that were made during the last commission meeting. Maybe I added my own opinion on it, but that was my understanding what they had said, that they had expressed concern by the fact that you hadn't seen these cases prosecuted, and that's where their concern had come from. If I misstated that, I apologize. But
this is sort of proven in a negative. The truth is, there have been no prosecutions since that law was put on the books. It's been quite some time, allowing prosecutors in the various counties to bring charges. So, yeah, it's not adequate.
It's not adequate that there have been no prosecutions.
For sure. It's not like there hasn't been any illegal activity in that regard. There's been plenty of it, but they choose not to bring charges, which is the frustration that I had expressed and that he picked up in the analysis. It's again proving a negative, because there have been no prosecutions attempted, but yet there have been, what I have viewed in the public venue, lots of instances where they should have been prosecuted by somebody.
I could not agree with you more, my brother.
Okay.
But greater care needs to be taken to how, with all due respect, to how we craft these public documents.
I'm trying to recall that in the conversation, the discussion, which was very stimulating, about the BARD issue, that one of the public comments, or maybe one of the comments from one of us, or in the long stipulation, etc., there was a question as to whether the district attorneys or the attorney general had, when asked, or was willing to prosecute or step forward. And to my recollection, we were informed, and I may have hallucinated this, but I don't think I did. We were informed that no, that they had decided not to take action, and it was from that we all felt quite, that emboldened us to request that they do, and and then that serially moved forward to, and we need some legislation also, should that be the case in the future. That is how it transpired, to my recollection. I could be mistaken, but I think that was kind of what happened.
Yeah, to recall, you put forth a motion that we write to all of the district attorneys in this state and the Attorney General, quite rightfully, and we passed that, and I assume that that's been sent out. And that's to bring it to their attention that there's a job they're not doing. And I know that it's unrealistic to expect the district attorney in the county in which this is a problem to really step up and do anything, because it's kind of like committing political suicide. On the other hand, I think there was hope on the part of the legislature when they being direct effect from their politicians. That makes it even more important for us to make this effort is that the Attorney General, generally speaking, is not supposed to go in and prosecute where they haven't been invited by the county prosecutor of that jurisdiction. So in effect, although it says that the Attorney General can enforce this, you really can't without asking permission of the local prosecutor. Would be reticent to give him permission for fear that he'd get blowback from the politicians who are deciding to violate the law.
Can I just say real quick?
Belaboring this, perhaps. Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just like to say I understand Commissioner's point, and I appreciate it, and I can see this is an imprecise sentence, so I appreciate your point, and we'll do better next time.
I was kind of going to say that. Words matter, that famous quote, and they do matter. I don't think that anything venal was meant here at all or ever, if you know Dave. But I do think words matter, but I think the concept, which is what we're really talking about, in addition to how it is described, is worthy, and I would like to know how we want to move forward on this item.
I would move the previous question. That means we take it to a vote.
Thank you. Is that what that means? And what exactly is the previous question? Just
my motion was put that we send these letters to the leaders of both houses and copies to all the members.
Exactly. It just had been a little while.
Okay.
Second.
Can I, Madam Chair, just insert myself one little thing?
Excellent.
Just based on the conversation that is had here, it's clear that the commissioners believe that this is a pretty serious issue that the legislature should pay attention to. Generally, in communications between this agency and the legislature, either myself that signs the letter, if it's a legislative position, or the executive director, if it deals with the budget and things like that. Because of the seriousness of this, can I make just one strategy suggestion that the four of you sign the letter so it carries a little bit more weight for the leaders, if that is something that you guys are amenable to?
Assuming we all vote for it, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
I think that would be a friendly amendment. If the seconder is comfortable with that as well, as I recall my Robert's Rules of Order here. And if there's no further discussion, I think we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Cardenas?
May I?
Oh, there is discussion.
Is it appropriate to articulate the rationale for a person's vote as the person articulates for his vote?
Sure.
All right. This is a big deal. It's and I think it's timely. And I believe that this commission should probably have this amazing power to go after people that have been elected in this state for violation of a particular law, the inappropriate or illegal use of public funds. I, upon deep analysis, which this would require, would almost certainly be absolutely good to go with such a proposition. It's precisely because This is so weighty that I feel that the custody chain, if you will, of data points that were involved in this commission arriving at an affirmative to the question, the foundational document of such a proceeding on the part of this commission would be this one-page staff report. And I think, for my part, that I should not vote for a letter requesting a law to grant this commission such grave new power in the absence of support for a representation that is made in the foundational document. I have no doubt that there is probably no shortage of editorials, public opinions, petitions, articles, public bemoanments about the apparent paucity of prosecutions of politicians who are pilfering the public purse illegally. But I can't vote in support of it in the absence of the data. I'm sure it's there, but I haven't seen it. And so on this day, I can't support this right now.
Question, are you saying that you cannot vote for this until you see the letter? Or are you saying you cannot vote for this at this time, period?
It's not, I feel in my gut that there should be more prosecution of elected officials for the illegal use of public funds. But I don't have any evidence. And this commissioner, if I'm going to go from this place in the executive branch to the legislative branch and ask for a readjustment of power in this state, I'm going to need to know, I do need to know, that I did so on the basis of evidence.
Okay, I think we're in the middle of a roll call, and I guess we would take that as a no.
My answer is no. My vote is no.
Should we continue the roll call, or is it the
Yes,
will of the
please.
body to have a point of information or clarification or some other
As
motion?
the next in line to vote, but also the maker of the motion, I'm going to try and do a complete backflip, 2 revolutions before landing on my face, and offer to amend my motion so that it is instructing staff to bring us back a draft of a letter along with the supporting documentation for us to review and vote on at the next meeting. If my second approves, then...
I was fine with the original motion. I'm fine with this as well.
All right. That would be my amended motion. Instead of what I had offered before, I would like a draft be brought back to us for approval for us to all sign, accompanied by any staff documentation for us to review and make that a part of our approval.
Okay, we have a new motion on the floor, amended version, which we will, which is actually a substitute motion, I believe, because it germanely changes the, if that's comfortable for everyone, and I'm remembering my Robert's Rules of Order. So we have a substitute motion on the floor to request staff, et cetera, you all heard it.
Yes, to draft a letter and to redo
with
their
documentation,
documentation.
et cetera, which may or may not reflect amongst the documentation the BART issue, misuse of public money, and perhaps some others historically. Whatever you discover, and at that point we will take up this item at our next meeting. Is there any further discussion about the substitute motion?
I think this commission will be on much firmer ground.
Sasha, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Carnes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Chair, Commissioner Hayward?
Aye.
Chair Drummond?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, now we get to move to, and Phil is right there, our legislative update, and I think he's got some great news to share with us, or good news to share with us, because this is the first time I believe we've all met since we have a sponsor for one of our bills and
that's correct.
Other issues. So.
I didn't know where you were going with that. I was like, oh no.
Always looking
great
for
news.
the sunshine in the rainbow here.
Well,
so, please, your update would be great.
Yes. The tough thing about being legislative director and giving a report on this part of the agenda is it's usually after lunch. So I tell myself, if you're snappy at me, it's not because of the report, it's because people are hangry. So I'm just going to move forward in hopes that nobody gets mad at me at this report. Not that there's anything that should be in there that gets you angry. So we do have one of our sponsored ideas that was introduced in the legislature, which you can see from the report is Senate Bill 71 by Senator Leyva, which deals with the use of campaign funds as it relates to violations of the Fair Employment and Housing Act. Senator Leyva, that's okay. Senator Leyva, I think will be a great author. In addition to being personally excited about this bill, she's also the chair of the Women's Caucus and a member of the Elections Committee, for which has oversight over this. So it's a perfect storm or perfect combination for what Senator Leyva is bringing to the table. We did get some positive word back about a couple of other of our ideas. Looks like the chairs of each of the respective elections committees will be taking portions of our package to be introduced. At least that was the commitment last week, and I'm now committing them publicly at a meeting, so hopefully they don't back out. But the remainder of the package is still being shopped around, and people are listening, but obviously they're all weighing lots of ideas that are being thrown at them at this new legislative cycle. So hopefully I'll have a further update for you next month.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Does anyone have any questions on this? Or we can move... Oh, sorry, Brian.
The guy who never doesn't have anything to say. I just wanted to give a special tip of the hat to Commissioner Hayward, who's the one who, first of all, took on an advice letter that was, in her view and mine, on the wrong side of this issue, and it resulted in our voting to rescind that advice, and followed up by her stepping forth and saying that we should sponsor legislation on this, and it was adopted. Thank you.
I would just encourage the commissioners, there's an attachment on this report that deals with the legislative calendar, just to keep that handy so you know the upcoming deadlines that are coming each month and throughout the year. And in addition to that, to continue checking the pending legislation website on our page on our website to get all of the up-to-date bills. I think there were a couple of bills that were introduced this morning that deals with the Political Reform Act, so I'm not going to talk about it here because I haven't analyzed them yet, so I don't want to get too deep into that.
If I may, Mr. Rung, would you remind me, I'm sorry, I forgot, who was the author of the Disclose Act?
That would be Kevin Mullen, Assemblymember Kevin Mullen. Both the Disclose Act, AB 249, the Cleanup to Disclose Act, AB 2155, and the Social Media Disclose Act, AB 2188.
And he is on the Assembly?
He is on the Assembly Elections Committee, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're ready to move on to item 33. If there are no further comments on 32, item 33 is legislative delegation. As of course everyone in this room knows, sometimes governing requires compromise and some flexibility as added information comes forward, and this request deals with allowing our executive director to accept or deny amendments to our bills. Phil or Marissa, do you want to walk us through this in case there are any questions? We have a couple of different options here and nuances within the options, I guess I could say. So I think it would be helpful for us to have a little better understanding as to each one of them.
Right. I could do a quick digest of the introduction as to why we're bringing this to you. As all of you know, the new governance principles leave decision-making and approving and revising positions on legislation to the Commission itself, unless otherwise delegated to the Executive Director. Through the staff's concern and analysis of the legislative process, when a bill receives substantive amendments, it essentially becomes a new bill. And so it came upon us that perhaps we needed to go to the Commission when there are substantive or even any amendment to a bill to ask if that is a bill that you wanted to continue to support or not. And if you want to either change your position or accept or amend refuse those amendments. And so we wanted to bring this to you to have a discussion about how you wish to have the delegation of this authority, if you wish to delegate this authority at all. The memo lays out a number of options, staff options A, B, and C. Commissioner Hatch at the Law and Policy meeting offered an option B+, was a modification of staff's option B. And then subsequent to the Law and Policy Committee meeting, he offered a modified B+, which is on page 3. And on the option A really is no delegation at all, that any time there's an amendment of any nature to any sponsored piece of legislation, we would bring that to you at each meeting. Whether it's a regularly called meeting or a special meeting, it was just in a meeting. Option B would authorize the Executive Director to accept or refuse technical and non-substantive amendments after consulting the General Counsel and Legislative Director, and leave all substantive amendment decisions to the Law and Policy Committee and the Commission. B+, as I mentioned, is Commissioner or the Law and Policy's recommendation that the Executive Director could refuse or accept technical non-substantive amendments recommended by myself, the Legislative Director, after we've consulted with the General Counsel and the Chair to confirm that they are technical and non-substantive. And then again, all substantive amendments would come back to the Commission at a meeting. And then option C is the one where you essentially fully delegate to us the ability to accept or refuse amendments based on goals and values adopted on each sponsored piece of legislation, and the Executive Director would notify you each time he or she accepted or took action under that delegated authority. Each of those offer a variety of full authority to yourself or full delegation to the staff. I also mentioned to Commissioner Hatch that not one of these options needs to be decided for all of the bills. You can decide that some bills could have one option. For example, the omnibus non-substantive bill, which essentially has all non-substantive amendments to it, you could give staff option C because the goals and values are laid in there, where it's supposed to be a non-substantive cleanup bill. But other bills like the use of funds bill that deals with harassment and discrimination, that is a bill that I believe that the Commission is particularly sensitive to make sure they get the policy right, that perhaps you want something that's more restrictive, or at least that you retain more authority on decision making on that. And so that, like I said, I tried to digest that, but that was longer than I expected. But I now turn it over to you.
Brian, would you like to walk us through these options? The B's
sure.
In particular.
My apologies. I didn't do B++.
Yeah,
the plus is on page 3. Right.
Yeah, why don't you do that and then I'll.
Right. Which essentially still requires non-substantive or substantive amendments still go to the full Commission, but that the Executive Director delegates to the Legislative Director for our sponsored legislation that I can accept non-substantive amendments on sponsored legislation as long as I believe in good faith that they are in harmony with furtherance of the purposes of the bill.
Yep, technical, clarifying, and other non-substantive.
And then I notify in writing every time I make that or I authorize that delegation.
Yeah.
Take action on a delegation. I'm very hungry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear you. We, I guess, this subject kind of got pushed a little bit under with all the efforts going back and forth on the streamline issue that perhaps I could have done a better job getting this thought through before the committee. But I looked at the staff report just a couple hours before the committee meeting, and so I quickly had come up with B+, which just clarified the relationships between the legislative director and the executive director, and also bouncing this off of myself and the general counsel as to whether or not these truly were non-substantive. And I'm sure you all know that I came out of the field of lobbying. I was a lobbyist for nearly 40 years, and I would have never been told by any of my clients over the years that I had to come back with them with all these permissions. So I kind of come from a bias there. So I think this idea that option A, where we don't allow any discretion at all other than our own, is laughable at best. Likewise, and I've seen other organizations try and operate off these goals, where we delegate fully to the staff, but with these goals, and what was the other term?
Values.
Values and goals. These are almost impossible to do. That can't be circumvented or misunderstood. So that's also off the table in my view. So it's some form of B. And so between my reading it and the meeting, I came up with B+, and then I sort of felt that it really wasn't quite enough, but I didn't have enough time to think about it. So after the meeting, I talked with Phil some more about it and thought there may be some other ways that we could smooth this out. So basically, instead of dividing it into 3 categories, divided into 2. So delegating directly by way of to try and avoid dealing with the issue of whether or not we can directly delegate, well, what did I do to my voice, to the legislative director. We instruct, if we vote for this, the executive director to make a delegation in writing to the legislative director saying that on non-substantive amendments to any sponsored bill and to technical and clarifying amendments to any of our bills, that the legislative director would be delegated by the executive director the authority to make that decision and report back in some detail the circumstances and what the effect of those amendments are, so that we can oversee that in hindsight. But for measures where the legislative director is in doubt as to whether the effect of the proposed amendment to the sponsored bill is authorized to accept or refuse this technical or non-substantive amendment brought by the legislative director. So in essence, if it seems clear that they fit within the technical, clarifying, or non-substantive, he just does it. But if he's a little in doubt, if it's a liner, then he comes to Larissa and says, hey, I'm not so sure on this one. Larissa consults with our esteemed general counsel and myself, see whether we think it's something that should come to the commission because we think it's a little bit over. And then it would be scheduled for hearings. I know that the legislative calendar in many cases can be really tight. Others, it's generous, depends upon the season. Legislators are no different than the rest of us. They put a lot of things off to the last minute, just because they can. And so a lot of this stuff gets compressed at times. So I think this is the maximum amount of flexibility that I sensed would be responsibly delegated by the commission. As we get some experience, maybe we'll do more. But what I can't make this damn computer work. I believe that under the law that was passed by the legislature, it specifically allows special meetings, not emergency meetings, but special meetings on 48 hours notice can be had where it's on legislation. So I think that we can work with this. I could be wrong, but after a couple of tests on this, we'll find out whether or not we can comply with this or not. But I think that we could simultaneously schedule the L&P committee meeting, say, for the morning, and then that afternoon or some subsequent time that day, a telephonic meeting of the full commission in the usual manner where the staff and whoever is there for the public to come and comment, but other commissioners can be on the phone. And that way we can respond quickly and effectively where necessary, and we're still preserving the right of the public to come in and complain or disagree with us, and get it done quickly.
How was this done before, prior to this cycle?
We would ask the chair and executive director how they wanted to deal with the amendments.
Yeah.
But partly, well,
I know we have new
I was quick
governing
to answer
rules, I'm
that,
just
but
trying
it
to
has been several years since we have sponsored legislation. So that's the key difference. Is this is about sponsored legislation. Bills that we just have positions on, a support position or opposed position. How the legislature usually handles that, if there's a substantive amendment to that bill, our support is essentially it'll say, oh, the FPPC supports it, but on this date prior to the amendment, and so.
Thank you, Phil.
Yes.
In the interest of time, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay.
I was just wondering.
Not necessarily naming particular chairs and executive directors, but there were abuse. That would be wrong. And I try to remind myself of that from time to time. So without making comments to any specific ones, right. There were abuses. There were abuses by chairs, and there were abuses in different periods by executive directors where they just simply made the call on all, whether to kill a bill or not kill a bill or do a bill. So the governance principles were converted into regulations, which were very specific about that delegation.
So between B, I think it's fairly clear. Pardon me if I'm being heavy-handed here, but I think it's fairly clear that we want some kind of B plus or B++ resolution to this particular issue. If I'm incorrect and people want to consider A and C, please tell me now. Okay.
So my recommendation is in here. This is a recommendation from me, not the recommendation of the committee, which is a silly thing. But so I'm putting this as a motion before the body for adoption.
For B++. Yeah.
The one at the bottom there. Yeah, what's technically called the substitute for B+. Yeah.
And I would love to hear under discussion from Larissa and Phil if that is going to work and that's going to be fine.
Sure. Do I have a second, by the way?
Oh.
Second.
Thank you.
Larissa, do you have some wisdom for us?
I think fundamentally it would work fine. The only caution that I would have is that special meeting. I'll let our general counsel speak to that. There is limitation with the special meetings, so those are the only cautions that I would put out there.
So it's her concern, but I have to say what it is.
That's why she's very
sneaky.
Right.
Hot potato.
Executive director.
Just to caution everybody that special meetings are in special circumstances. Certainly legislation is one of the things that would allow for a special meeting, but you still need to meet the requirements that it essentially is an urgent matter that can't wait the normal 10 days to have a regular meeting. So it certainly can be employed if it meets that standard. I think to the extent we can plan ahead and avoid having to call a special meeting, it would be a better practice. And also there's just the ADA compliance requirements. There has to be one commissioner at the meeting place. There's some sort of technical, practical difficulties involved with a special meeting. So they are available. It is something we could employ when necessary, but let's try to avoid them and I'll sleep better at night.
Right. I expected that in most cases we would be able to work within the 10-day limitation. But there are instances when the calendars get compressed over there, and it's either you figure out a way to deal with it or die. And we don't want our stuff to die.
Phil, will this give you the flexibility you need, and will this be workable?
This is the first time that we're doing something like this, and so I have no problem with the chair of the Law and Policy Committee's recommendation. I only mentioned that before my comments now because if it is a problem, I will definitely flag it for the commission and we can make modifications if needed. Hopefully we won't have to call special meetings. I've heard Larissa and Dave's concerns at the office, and so hopefully I can do my job and get ahead of these amendments way ahead of time. I can negotiate things ahead of time. Unfortunately, sometimes there may be a scenario where I'm testifying in front of a committee like this and Assemblymember Mullen or somebody on the dais says, would you take this amendment today? I would have to say I can't accept that today. They want to pass it with that amendment today. I can take it back to the commission, and then and the chair of the policy committee legislature can pull it back. We decide we don't want that amendment, something like that. But those are the things that I've been thinking about. It's very difficult to try to think of every single contingency that can happen in a very unpredictable place like the legislature. But I think the motioned delegation would be fine. Absolutely.
Thank you. Other commissioners' comments or thoughts? We're going to move a little bit quickly because I think many of us need a break. If we're ready for a vote on the motion that has been seconded by Frank, I believe, or I'm sorry, Allison, I believe.
Commissioner Karnes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward?
Yes.
Chair Dumont?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, we're
Thank you.
Have a couple of options right now. We could take a mini break for everyone, or we could go further a little bit more. We just have 2 or 3 things before we get to the closed session. What is your pleasure?
I have one little thing to say about one of the advice letters, and otherwise,
well, then
I'm at peace.
If it's okay, Frank, let's move forward, and then we can break on our way to the closed session, and that may save us a half hour in the process here. We move now to the committee reports, which let us just take as they stand, unless anyone has. Allison.
Budget and personnel are going to have regular phone calls in 2019, much as in 2018. The dates are the Wednesdays before the agendas are released. So, for example, next month that would be February 6th, March 6th, March 27th. You can do the rest of the math. We're doing Wednesdays instead of Thursdays out of convenience to me, because Thursdays of those weeks are typically my travel day back to D.C. So, for all you public fans of the Budget and Personnel Committee, we'll be doing our calls again, and we'll allow you to join us when we can. Most of the stuff we do is personnel, and so we don't have a lot of public business. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. And I think we've heard quite a lot from the Law and Policy Committee, so if Brian has anything additional that he needs to add, we will give him that opportunity when he returns. We now move to the advice letter report and our review of that. We have a number of letters before us, so if any, and these letters are important because they do give guidance to our clients, and sometimes some can consider set precedents for this body. So if anyone has any comments on any of these, that would be very, very helpful, and I see Brian and Dave here to address those comments. Allison.
Yes, Madam Chair. I was looking at the Sean Mason letter about the potential for holdings in his 401k account becoming material for a 1090. I think probably had it. Yeah. And I noticed just on the last page that while Section 1090 offers no guidance on whether an interest in a defined benefit pension plan is the type of financial interest we have in an advice letter that is on point. Should that be a reg? Is this one of those sort of secret reg things where we're using an advice letter where we should have a reg? Or is this so down in the weeds that we don't really need a reg? You tell me.
I mean, I do agree that it's a candidate for a reg. Although it is a 1090s and there's some question, we actually do not have regulatory authority over 1090. We have enforcement authority and advice authority, which is, so we try to provide advice based on existing law and what's out there as far as case law. So it is problematic in the 1090 situation.
That's interesting. I don't think I knew that. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on any of the advice letters today? Hearing none, we can then move forward unless there's some public comment on anything. Seeing none, we can move on to the next item, which is item 36. These are the executive staff reports, which are, I think, pretty clear and pretty self-evident and pretty wonderful. And I welcome any comments or questions about them, but I think they speak for themselves. Any comments or questions? And now we move to Brian's return. Brian, in your absence, we did the committee reports. I alluded to the important work of your committee that has stood forward today on any number of items. But if you had anything in addition that you wanted to add, Allison reported the date, times, and so forth of her future meetings for Frank and Allison for the budget and personnel, and I'm wondering if you have anything further you need to report, you would like to report. Yeah, well, we will hopefully, I believe, something. But we love it. So what we're going to do now is have our item 37, which is our future comments and proposed future agenda items, of which we've had several today, sort of. We've already alluded to the letter in a letter form. We've alluded to something I talked about so many years ago this morning that I can't even recall what it was, that we were going to, looking into text messaging and promulgating some potential rules, regs, whatever it is that we decide to do regarding the issues that came before us with text messaging and potentially other kinds of new social media that may or may not require some kind of disclaimer and the form that might take, or if it makes sense for it to do that. Well, we're on item number 37, which is comments on proposed future agenda items, and it is usually during this time in our agenda, because of the way we operate, given Bagley Keene, I guess his name is, that we need to have everything that we talk about be agended or referenced. And so if we're going to have something on a future agenda that has to come up in some kind of a magical way, that we need to make that very clear, so that, being serious, so that the public is aware of what we are planning to address at future meetings. Yeah, we did go through those. Allison had a question, and the rest stood as is. But if you have any questions, please, we can take a moment. Great. So those are the two that I know that we have before us. Are there any other commissioners having other items that they would like to give us some notice about?
This isn't so much giving notice, but just pointing out that in the executive staff reports on page 6, there's a list of potential upcoming regulations, scheduling to be determined, and it would be nice if maybe we had a sense of what the schedule would be. And maybe we can't get that today, maybe we get that next month for those. Thank you.
Thank you. We can talk with our executive director and the department to clarify that. Brian?
At the December meeting, as a sort of a postscript, I had mentioned perhaps promulgating some auditing regulations, and since that time, I've prepared a rough draft of a regulation and have submitted to Dave, Mr. Bainbridge, excuse me, and Galena as well, for them to review and modify, so that we have a proposal to submit for what do you call it, the 45-day notice to begin a process. I had not noticed until it was a month ago or so that in fact we have regulations that this commission has adopted quite a long time ago that regulate how the Franchise Tax Board conducts audits on our behalf. But we have no parallel regulations that apply to our own staff and conduct of their audits. And so this, what I've given over for review and revision, is simply the same rules that we would apply to Franchise Tax Board, with some obvious special language left out, that's just to their specific internal operations, for us to review and decide whether or not, and then what form that we would adopt, so that it's clear what our auditing standards are internally.
Trying to get a little more clarification. If you
so
notice my eyes glazed over at some point here.
I'm giving you guys notice that this is going to be brought forth for a.
And the issue is our self-auditing, our auditing.
Not self-auditing. I'm talking about
how we.
Okay, there are certain times or certain people that Franchise Tax Board is not allowed to audit. It falls to us. And then there are also enforcement auditing things that go on, auditing committees and the like. And so we maybe informally have somewhere in the drawer someplace rules that are followed internally. I don't know. I've never seen any. But I thought that perhaps it would be a good idea to put something in a regulation so that the whole world would know what it is. So that's what I'm working on.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, that's something that may come before us sometime in the future, as item 37 suggests. Dave, were you raising your hand? And
just to clarify, did you want something on the next agenda? Do you want to do a pre-notice? As
soon as we get the language worked, I'd like to do a pre-notice so that we can schedule it for, in that long, like what is this, January, so February, March. So it'll be actionable by March, I guess.
It is now almost 2:30, so I think and we are just amazing that we are continuing to be marginally verbal and even somewhat coherent. And I think we've had a very good meeting so far. We've handled and looked at a lot of important issues, one of which will be coming back to us after our closed session, we hope. I would like to move that we move to our closed session, and we will return when we complete that, and we will hope at that time the parties who are working together for a further language will be able to bring that back to us, and we can make a determination of our next actions. So I now move that we go to closed session.
So is this for all three? We had 3 agenda items that are closed.
There are 3 agenda items number 38, 39, and 40.
Okay, thank you.
Are the lights not so?
No, it's in a smaller.
So it's not in here? So we don't have to leave? Okay. Everybody's thinking like, better bounce.
As we're reassembling, I am going to call call us back together. The closed session having finished its business, there's nothing to report because it was a closed session. I think the main item left on our agenda is the continuance of item 29, in fact. And I understand that a consensus or some sense of resolution occurred, and so I'm going to call on Selena to share with us what was decided, and we can take it from there. Selena.
Has peace broken out? Has peace broken out?
I saw them hug. I don't know. It was really...
TMI.
Okay, when everybody's ready, I'll go over the changes. And so since it was compromised, there were some wording changes on each direction. So I would just keep that in mind as you see the different changes. We'll start at 18360.1, page 4. This is considerations for the warning letter on lines 15, 16. There's extras over here. Would you like extras?
Which document? Yeah, what are we?
We're using the one I handed out.
Could I have a new handout one? I thought I had it, but it seems to have a back.
So then that was the one everybody has. So. Okay, so lines 15, 16 on page 4. We're doing the considerations of the warning letter. So the statement about late statements or reports filed prior to the election, that's going to be changed to D, the late statement or report was filed prior to the relevant election. And then in striking other than a Form 470, and instead of due, it says filed, and instead of a, it says the relevant election. So the first word was no is now the. It's in an affirmative, which is consistent with the other warning letter considerations. Then there's a new sub E that says the statement due was a Form 470. And that's the consideration that was for enforcement, because those are the filers that don't have committees or don't raise and spend. Like it is. It's an E. It is now a subdivision E. So when everybody's done with that, we'll move to page 5. Okay.
We're ready.
Page 5, lines 15, 16. There's a little bit of a mouthful at the beginning, so just bear with me, but it'll also be on the same in line 17 and 18. So once you write it once, you have it. So under subdivision C, a 24-hour report, and we're adding required to be filed by a committee as defined in section 82013 A and B. And this is language that I'll read again. Required to be filed by a committee as defined in section 82013 A and B. So that is recipient committees and independent expenditure committees. It excludes major donor committees since there's a lot of issues including them into this prohibition. The word due is no longer needed, so that's struck. And then at least 7 days is struck out, and then it's added at the end of the sentence is it ends and not filed before the election, and then we have an added clause that says, unless the amount required to be reported was de minimis in relation to the total campaign. Unless the amount required to be reported was de minimis in relation to the total campaign. Okay? So it's a qualifier for C. Moving to D, 17 and 18, you have that same clause added right after any 24-hour report. So required to be filed by a committee as defined in section 82013A and B. And then an and is added there, and not filed before the election if the, and we're striking out information and putting contribution or expenditure, because that's a more correct term, was not reported on another report or statement filed by the committee, and at least 7 days is struck out. So then what is added is next in point 2, and the multiplier for the penalty has been increased to make up for the 7-day portion. So it'll be, as it stands now in 18360.2 on page 2, it says it's increased to 2%, would be 3%, and then it goes up numerically from there, 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%. I'm sorry, I skipped over.
It's not in this document.
I'm in point 2 now, in the penalties section. That was the only other change. So in point 2, instead of the multiplier for pre-election non-filing being more than 7 days, being 2%, 3%, 4%, 5% for the steps, and it starts at 3. So 3%. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 2 more than the 1. Yes. And that's the same for the unreported contributions and expenditures section. Just to make sure everyone agrees, right? Okay.
Okay. Brian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hearing from the parties out there that this is what they agreed to, I'd like to make a motion that these provisions be adopted as amendments to this document so that we'll have a document before us.
Including the 2 changes I made in the beginning of the meeting.
Yes.
A long time ago.
Yes. Seems like
I believe where we are in good old Roberts is we have a amended motion before us with these additional items that we've just heard, amending the initial document. Well, we vote on the amendments being added first, and then we can discuss the full document and vote on it, unless I'm crazy.
And the question.
Right. So the question before us and any discussion is welcome if necessary, though I think we may have had adequate discussion to approve or not approve the amendments. We've had a motion and I believe
second.
A second. Any discussion? Sasha?
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward?
Aye.
Chair Drummond?
Aye.
The motion passed.
So we now have an amended motion before the body, and
move adoption of the amended regulation proposal. We adopted the amendments here, correct?
Yeah. Yes, we adopted the amendments.
We're looking at the whole thing. Point 1.
Do you want to take them individually as point 1 and point 2?
That might be useful. We can just do point 1 and get that done because most of these were reflected in that. But we don't necessarily have to. I'm not.
We could do.
Let's do point 1 and hopefully that's good, and then do point 2 and hopefully that will be somehow good too. All those in favor of discussion on point 1? Any public discussion on point 1? Sasha, would you call the roll on point 1?
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch,
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward,
Aye.
Chair Drummond.
Aye.
Motion passed.
We are now ready for point 2.
I move point 2.
Second.
Discussion. As you know, I have some reservations about the process after by which we have an opportunity to consider with new streamline cases in effect, possibly whether or not we will have an appropriate opportunity to weigh in, and whether or not the onus becomes too overwhelming or not productive or uncomfortable or any adjective or adverb you would like to use for the enforcement officer. But I think in the interest of moving forward, if we find that that becomes the case, I will ask and expect and hope that we will be able to tackle that at that point and make any changes that are required. And I would like, I think, I would be more willing at this point to, and since I'm the main procrastinator on this, be willing to see how it works, and if it's a problem, we can fix it, and if it's not a problem, that's a good thing too. So I will vote for this, and I will vote for this in a positive way. Any other discussion? No bribery, and there will be no bribery. No, seriously, I've given this a... no, let me say that we all have given all of these items a lot of thought, and while we may somehow or other try to keep our spirits up through this process, and sometimes it hasn't always been easy, and it hasn't always been amicable, I think it's been very impressive, and we have made some quite significant changes, and I think they are exciting for not just us, but more importantly for the clients we serve, both the candidates and the people of California. So I think in the interest of going forward, this will be a giant step for the FPPC and for all of us, and we look forward to it working and fixing anything that doesn't work. And I think we may be ready to call the question.
If you wouldn't mind, I just want to personally thank you and congratulate you on your ability to sort through all of these complicated issues, and pledge to you that I'll be right there to work on any regulation that you think needs to be brought forward in the event that you see something that's going awry.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments or anything?
Profound thanks to all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your work while we were indulging in a little bit of lunch and our closed session, and we really do appreciate your sorting through this. It's not easy, and you represent important parts of our stakeholders in California, and your working together shows us that we all can work together, and it is profoundly appreciated. Thank you very much, and thank you for reminding me of that. I think we're ready for the question.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatch?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayward?
Yes.
Chair Drummond?
Yes.
The motion passed.
And with that, I believe we are ready to
move to adjourn.
Moved. So moved.
We don't need to vote.
Adjournment doesn't require a roll call.